And I want you all to be, you know, sharing your experiences here, because you don't only learn from trainers, but also from your own input. So we really appreciate that. I did say Saubona, Bona, Dumela, etc. for that purpose. We see you. We want to hear from you as well. Yeah. So for questions, we have these 2 mics. Yeah. I'm also a co-director of a smallholder farm. The first harvest completely went wrong. I know now the risks of farming and how difficult it is from first-hand experience. I knew it from theory. So before we get the dignitaries in front to open this event, I want a big applause for the smallholder farmers of Southern Africa. I just want to find out, Kemi, did she arrive in the meantime or not? Okay, then we do the opening a bit later, or your colleague can you do the opening just to welcome everybody as on behalf of AFDB? Or you're in a project, or you're okay, you're not. Okay, we do the opening a bit later because the person from AFDB is still in traffic. We just move on to the next presentation. And there we have Mr. Stefan Lichtenberg. Yeah, because we're doing the opening later. Yeah. And Stefan will talk about the impact of climate change in Southern Africa and the potential of digital climate advisory services for smallholder agriculture. And this is including a panel discussion with farmers from Southern Africa. Okay, yeah, oh. Okay. Sorry, he has to still get his headphones on. Yeah. But while he's getting them on, I can lord a bit about him. Stefan studied, let me get my card so that I don't do it wrong. 1 second. So Stefan is the director of Weather Impact. His first years after graduating, he was a climate change scientist, working on the Arctic instead of Africa, and sea level rise, etc. So he was 10 years a scientist, then moved into consultancy with Weather Impact since 2018. It's mainly in agrometeorology. And he did projects in Angola, Zimbabwe, Lesotho, also Burundi. Close to Stefan. As the opening keynote. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll skip this for now. So that's going to be later. Yeah, so this is my cue. So, well, thank you all for coming. Also, a warm welcome on my behalf to the, well, on-site participants who are here and also the online participants. Very happy to be here and to share our thoughts and to also what Marika said, learn from each other. So we are not only, we're not sharing. All right, wait. Then I think we need to go. Oh no, I think we should. Yes. So it should work now, I think. All right. Yes. So I think, first of all, before I start my presentation, I think it would be good to tell you a little bit about Weather Impact. It's only one slide, but then you know at least what, well, what person is here in front of you and why we organize this training. So Weather Impact, it's actually a private company and we're based in the Netherlands, so that's quite far away. And our expertise or the thing we do is basically to develop and deliver weather and climate services. So we're meteorologists and climatologists, and we focus on agriculture. So basically, in one sentence, you can also describe it as DCAS. So basically, our core business is providing, developing, and disseminating DCAS services in Africa. And over the past 5, 6, 7 years, we've been working in over 10 African countries, mostly sub-Saharan Africa, and we reach over 500,000 farmers with our services at the moment. So I think that's basically our story in short. There in the bottom is our website. I think if you have more, want more information, it's better to go there. And of course, we are here, so you can always ask any questions about that. So that's just to paint the picture of who we are here in front of you. Yeah, then of course we want because it's a training and it's not like a conference, so we would like to have some interactions. So we are gonna test the most difficult thing of this present training directly in trying to have a question. So basically, climate change. I mean, that's I think the big elephant in the room. Everybody knows it's happening. Everybody's probably experiencing and everybody's hearing a lot about it. So I have a question for you. And to answer questions in the room, everybody got like 4 colored papers: blue, yellow, red, green. And for the online participants, we have a Mentimeter application. So basically, my question is, just from a general perspective, I would like to know, did you already experience the effect of climate change in your personal life? Yes is green and red is no. And then we can also go. Now you have to share the screen for the online participants, right, Paula? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Can I see the colors again? Because I looked the other way. Yes, very good. That's a bit what I hoped. I see almost no red. Ah, yes, very. But I think the picture is clear. So online, we've got 2 people who actually went to the Mentimeter. Oh, 3, 4, nice. But they're also green. So that's basically, I mean, climate change, as Marieke introduced as well. I've been a climate scientist also for 10 years before starting at Weather Impact. And climate change has always been something like in the future. It's going to happen 2050, 2030, all these long-term planning goals. But actually, if we look around ourselves now, in the past 5 years, climate change is actually already here and it's happening, and it's perhaps even worse than scientists anticipated. So it's actually happening, and well, as everybody indicated, everybody is affected by it in their personal lives already. So now I would like to go to the next question.
Oh, but that can be done at the same.
Yeah, that cannot be done at the same time.
No,
but I can just. So basically, I had a slide which with all kind of animations, which would lead up to this slide, which is basically all kinds of examples of weather information. So you've got, for example, the message on television, you've got a weather radar, you've got rain radar, you've got an app on your phone, you've got seasonal forecast, you've got all kinds of websites to access weather information. So I would just like from you to know, do you use weather information on a day-to-day basis in your personal life yourself? Green again is yes, red is no. All right, I think it's about, here in the room, it's like 85% is green and 15% is red. So most people use weather information on a day-to-day basis. And that's because most people in this room are relatively high level, have access to smartphones, have a data connectivity, so they can actually access weather information at a real-time basis. So from a day-to-day perspective, a farmer can't, but he also experiences climate change. So having access to weather information and these type of services is actually necessary. And I think that's what's the goal of this training, is to actually discuss with each other how can we make sure that these type of services, weather, climate, advisory services, how can we make sure that farmers who need it most can actually access these type of services? So those were the starting questions. Now I would like to go back to my slides.
Now you stop sharing screen.
No, but he needs to plug it in. Yeah, but this is. But just to check, I'm still sharing this screen now. Yep. Okay, good. Well, so this was a slide basically about all types of weather information. And most of us use weather information in real life. So that was the Mentimeter. Okay, so now I'm going to actually the presentation. So as Marike introduced me, I'm the keynote and I'm trying to set the scene for the training. So why are we here? Why are we even doing this? And the title of our presentation is actually horrific. It's the impact of climate change in Southern Africa and the potential of DCAS for smallholder agriculture, including a panel discussion on farmer experiences. So I tried to break it down. Basically, my presentation has 3 parts. I'm going to talk a little bit about climate change, what it is and what are the impacts on Southern Africa. Then I'm going to say something about the potential for DCAS services in agriculture. And at the final part is a panel discussion with 3 of the farmers who are here in the room to hear some about their experiences. Still not working?
We got to share screen again and stop sharing again.
Okay, I'll try to slow down. Sorry.
Hello.
Well, we have technical pauses.
Hello.
Hello, can I speak to Mr. O Oladele?
Good.
Yeah, who is speaking?
All right, climate change. As I said, it's long been talked about something that's going to happen, but actually
Hello.
the last 10 years we are experiencing it all, and it's actually happening. So this is a very schematic figure of the temperature rise in the African continent from the start of the previous century, so 120 years ago, and every bar represents 1 year of temperature compared to a reference number. So you see that at the start of the century, it was relatively cool, blue colors. And when we go towards the 21st century, it's about the reference. And the last few years, actually, if you look at the last 15 years, they're basically the 15 warmest years in the history. So basically the impact of climate change is already happening. This is for Africa, but if you make this for every other continent or every other region, it's also the same. It shows the same thing.
Welcome to voicemail.
So that was a graphical representation. This is the actual data. So basically 2 graphs of temperature rise. This is over the last.
Enough winning on.
Let's hope our climate doesn't end like this. I'll just wait before I continue. It's okay? Not okay?
I forgot to introduce Nick Moore. Nick Moore is the graphic artist. He is drawing what is being created also in the past.
Now it shares this screen. No, but you have to, if you plug it in, it needs to share that screen, right?
The process would actually make it much more clear.
If you know what it is.
The activation and formation of village-based disaster risk reduction committee. In some countries, this is known differently. So we also know them as disaster management committees or disaster committees, emergency committees, emergency working groups, etc. The aim is to form communities into the groups where they can come together as a community.
All right, let's try this again. So I was stuck at temperature rise. Basically, I have two more figures to show the temperature rise. So this is data from the last 2,000 years. So basically here on the horizontal axis, you basically start at the year 0 until 2020, which is over there. And this is the average temperature compared to the global mean. So you see that over a long time, it has been relatively constant, although you see that there are also huge spikes. So year-to-year variations have been large anyway, but in general, it's been relatively stable. Then the past 500 years were relatively cool, as in 0.2 degrees cooler than the previous period. But then here you see the human interference. Basically starting from 1850, it's rising and it's rising very quickly. And you see that it's rising way more quickly than all the variations we've seen in the 2,000 years before. And this is just a zoom in of the last 120 years, in which you see that basically after the Second World War, the temperature rise is extremely linear. It's basically just going straight up. So what's causing this? Probably most of you know this. Oh wait, first wanted to show the regional patterns. So this is an animation which I'll start in a second. It's basically showing the temperature of a 5-year period. And it's going through time. So it starts at 1880, so basically 150 years ago, and it goes until last year. And it basically shows you red where it's been warmer than normal and blue where it's been colder than normal. And you see that there will be huge variations, which is inter-annual variations. So 1 year is cooler, 1 year is warmer. But there will be a couple of things you'll notice, and I will note them afterwards. So basically, if we start, you can see that the blue and red blobs basically move around the world. For example, now the North Pole is relatively warm, for example, and now Europe is very cold, and well, all these things happen. And of course, over time, the color red becomes more prominent because global temperature rises. And in the end, when it ends in like 5 seconds, basically the whole world is red because the whole world is warmer than normal. But you can still see that there are some blue spots. So there are always locations on the Earth where you think, well, it's cooler than normal. So what's everyone talking about in climate change? But if you look at the big picture, it's basically very clear. And there are two things very clear in this. Does someone have an idea which I'm pointing at? What is striking about the pattern you see over the world?
Or the things that we have planned are going well. So this is how the CBDR process would look like in a nutshell.
Oh, that's good. So one thing is very clear is that land is warmer. So land is more red than the ocean. So the ocean is more or less like yellowish and orange, while the land masses are red. And that's because land masses warm up more quickly than the ocean. So always when let's say a report about climate change says that the global temperature will rise with 1.5 degrees, that means that over land, it will actually rise with 2 or 2.5 degrees, because the global mean includes the oceans, which rise less fast. And the second thing I like to note, but for Africa, it's not necessarily relevant, but you see that the reddish colors are at the top of the picture, so on the North Pole. So because snow melts, the surface becomes less white, and therefore the surface becomes way faster it becomes warmer. That's called polar amplification. So for example, on the North Pole, the temperature already rose with 6 degrees instead of 1. So what's causing this? Most of you know probably the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. So here you can see the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. Higher is more CO2 over the last 300 years. And basically, you can see that it's rising very slowly in the first 150 or 200 years. And after the Second World War, it's basically one straight line up. It's also not stopping yet, unfortunately. And basically, you can also look at this in a different way. This is the most difficult graph I have in the presentation, so don't worry. Basically, this is temperature versus CO2. So this is CO2, the amount of CO2 that humans put into the atmosphere since the 1850. And this is the global average temperature on the left. So basically, these are the observations. So that's, you can see for every temperature, there is a certain amount of CO2. So you can see that it's basically increasing. So with increasing CO2, the temperatures are also increasing. And if we then put in the future scenarios, you can see that they all basically point in the same direction. So there is one message to take home from this. The more CO2 you put into the system, the warmer it gets. And the less we put in, the less warm it will get. It's a relatively linear relation, actually. So for every 1,000 tons of CO2 you put in, there's about a half a warming degree. Of course, climate change is happening, but what are actually the effects next to temperature rise? The main thing is that next to temperature rise, the extremes will increase. So the extremes on both sides will increase because you put more energy into the system. And that means temperature rise, of course, but also more heat waves. So the extremes in the summer will become more extreme. So that leads to more heat stress, which is definitely a health issue. There will be more rainfall variation. So the extremes will increase. So on the dry side, it will increase. So it will become more dry. And on the wet side, it will also increase. So it will become more wet. So there will be more flooding and more droughts. So basically on two sides. The hurricanes that are there in the oceans, and especially also in the Indian Ocean, they will become more intense because there's more energy available in the system, a higher temperature. Therefore, the hurricanes become more intense, which leads to more flooding and higher damages. And then sea level rise, that's because of the melting ice sheets. So there will be more water put into the ocean, and therefore the sea level rise. And unfortunately, that will be the largest in tropical regions, because when the ice melts at the poles, the water gets redistributed and it basically ends up in the equator regions. So the countries along the equator are hit harder by sea level rise, and that leads to a lot of coastal erosion. And as I said, we're already experiencing this at the moment. So these are just some screenshots from, let's say, news websites. So this is in the Horn of Africa, so not necessarily SADC, but definitely Africa. Kenya, Somalia has the worst drought in 40 years over the last 5 years. There are a lot of people basically in hunger. In Angola, it's the same. Also a large drought, larger than seen before in the past 40, 50 years. That also leads to higher temperatures because the soil is very dry. So this was just past winter. And the temperatures you see here, 36, 37, 38, it was a record warm winter. So this was only winter. So imagine what happens probably in summer. You can see here a large red anomaly. So that means that the temperatures were way higher than they should be past winter. And of course, it's not all warm and dry. As I said, extremes. So it will also increase on the wet side. So for example, the more intense hurricanes, for example, the storm Freddy last year, leading to a lot of flood and damage. But also here you can see a lot of flooding due to another cyclone a couple of years ago. So the extremes increase. So there will be more flooding, more droughts, and higher temperatures. So then more specifically focusing on what are the climate change impacts on the SADC region. So the past ones were basically all over the world. As I said, temperatures above land will rise faster than the global average. So in SADC, that's also the case. And the largest increase is expected over the Angola region. So basically the western side of SADC. And in 2050, they expect that the number of heat waves will increase by 3 to 6 times. So when there's now one heat wave every, let's say, 3 years, that means there will be 2 heat waves almost every year. So the amount of heat stress will increase a lot. Then rainfall patterns. Most of the SADC region becomes drier. So you basically see that here in this picture. So the brownish colors mean dry and the blue colors mean wet. So you see that the equatorial region is likely to receive more precipitation in the future, while the southern part of the African continent is likely to receive less precipitation, with the basically the focus of the dryness on the western side of the subcontinent. Basically, on average, there's about 10 to 20% less rainfall. However, it will be more extreme. So, for example, the consecutive dry days will increase twofold. So instead of 2 months dry period, it might end up to be a 4 months dry period, which is very critical for farming, for example. And because there's less rainfall, the soil content will decrease also. However, when it rains, it will rain harder, leading to probably flooding. And if it will rain harder, it's likely that the rains focus here on the eastern part, so on the basically around Mozambique. So basically there will be a division between drier and wetter in southern Africa. And of course, the cyclones, which I found surprising when I read it, is that they say they actually forecast that they decrease in number, so there will be less cyclones, but the ones that are there will probably be much stronger in the Indian Ocean. So how do we get then from climate change to DCAS? So basically that was the first part. So climate change, how that affects everybody, and therefore agriculture is also directly impacted by this. So agriculture is directly impacted by climate change, especially by the droughts, but also by the flooding and also by the increased temperatures, for example. And because smallholder farmers often lack irrigation possibilities, they are directly impacted by this because they rely on the weather to feed their crops with water, but also with heat, for example. So to have information about variability in climate and in weather, and to have that links to agriculture, so what does a weather phenomena mean for your agricultural practices, is essential to cope with these kind of changes. And the current infrastructure that's there in sub-Saharan Africa and also in SADC is insufficient, basically, to timely inform a large amount of farmers with specific information. So they can be reached, but often it's not consequent enough. So it's once every month. It's not able to reach a large number of farmers. So let's say thousands of millions. And it's not specific enough for their practices. So it's only for a region or for a country. And basically, providing these type of services as digital services basically is a potential to fill the 3 cavities I called. So basically, with a digital service, you have the potential to reach a large number of people. You can make it specific based on information you exchange with one user. And you can make it timely because digital, if you have data connectivity, you can basically access it everywhere, anytime. So then what is DCAS? I think it's a very broad topic. So I just used our own infographic to introduce it, and it will be introduced by many more during this training. So at the center, there's the farmers. And the orange circle is basically digital climate advisory services. So what are they? Well, they are localized weather forecasts, for example, a forecast of the weather for the coming days for a certain location on Earth where the farmer is living, so tailored to his or her location. It can be coupled to farm management advice. So basically when, for example, there's a huge rain expected in 2 days, a certain farm management practice can be advised to do either before or after the rains. So you can use the weather forecast to tailor which farming activities you should or shouldn't do. You can use the same type of information to get pest and disease alerting. So which parts are at risk of certain pests or certain diseases. Of course, you can look further. So weather forecasts are often 5 to 7 days ahead. That's about it. But you can look into the season or the subseason. So you can look multiple weeks or multiple months ahead to provide an outlook if it's going to be drier or wetter than normal, and if it's a good idea to plant a certain crop or not, or that you expect your harvest to be higher or lower than normal based on the forecast. And of course, these services cannot be done without some sort of capacity building. You have to build the capacity and the knowledge and the resources of a farmer to actually use these type of services. You cannot just make them, throw them at them, and then hope it works. You actually have to be in communication with them to learn how to use it. So these basically are type of digital climate advisory services. But what do you need for this? Well, you need two things. On one hand, you need data to make this happen. And the other one is you need partners also to make it happen. So on one side, we need basically 3 informations from a farmer to make a good DCAS service for a farmer. We need to know his or her location quite precisely. We need to know which crop he or she grows, because that depends a lot on what type of advisory you need to give. And you need to know the language, because you need to know how to communicate with a farmer, and there are a lot of local languages. And on the other hand, we have partners. Of course, you have research institutes, NGOs, donor or funding organizations, service providers, government. Basically, everybody who's in the room can basically fall into one of these categories. That's basically also a message. We need to do it all together to make a DCAS service work. You cannot basically do it as one of these partners on your own. Well, then you have a DCAS service. Then, of course, it's very important how you get it to the farmer. I mean, making one DCAS service, I mean, it's not easy, but you can be done. But actually getting it to individual farmers, that's also a big challenge. So you can do it in multiple ways, the dissemination. You can use SMS, you can use a phone, you can use mobile apps, you can use an API, which is the way for computers to talk to each other. There's also radio or television or other types of dissemination, but these are the dissemination types that Weather Impact uses. So you need to think very clearly about, or very carefully about, which dissemination method you use for which type of group of farmers you want to target. And in the end, of course, you hope to get a result. And the result for farmers is basically to adapt to climate change, so become more climate resilient. That's the goal of DCAS. In the end, you hope that they will get improved yields out of this, because that improves their livelihood and their income. And you support in decision making. So basically, you can help farmers in making more educated decisions based on information. So that was a very quick and broad overview of DCAS. So now the potential for DCAS. Well, there are 300 million smallholder farmers worldwide, so not only in Africa, and that's a lot. So if we make good DCAS services, there is a huge group of farmers who can benefit from this. Digital services, data connectivity, smartphones, they will increase year over year, the penetration of it. So I think the time is already here to roll out these digital climate advisory service, and it will increase over time only more. I think one very important point is to couple these type of services with other services. So you can think of a financing service or agri-inputs like seeds or fertilizers. You can think about insurance, index insurance or crop insurance, but also product traceability. So for example, where does a certain crop come from before it's made into another product? So you can couple a DCAS service very good with other services to make it more attractive to farmers. Yes, I will talk slower, sorry. And basically the goal is to increase the capacity and make more informed decisions for farmers, but also for stakeholders, institute more high level stakeholders. So not only on individual smallholder farmers. Then I have a couple of requirements or things that a DCAS service should be doing in order to be successful. And I made 6, and there might be more, and there might be discussion about it, but these are the 6 that we think are important. Well, I think one thing that's absolutely essential and vital is that the data quality, so the information you share to farmers, is good. So it's accurate. The weather forecast makes sense. The farming practices basically help the user needs and these type of things. So it makes so the DCAS service should really help the farmer. It should focus on that. Then the second part is that you communicate with a farmer. So the ideal thing is if you make it co-creation. So basically you use farmer input to make it better in some sort of cycle, or you can also describe that as two-way communication. So you basically need to have a way to inform the farmer, so disseminate the DCAS information to the farmer, but it's also very important that the farmer is able to provide information back about his crop or about his land or his location or the language or whatever, but also provide feedback on it if it's wrong or if it should be better. So there should be a two-way communication channel, ideally. The third one is accountability and building trust. So for a farmer to trust the service, it's very important that he can trust the service, that it's continuous, that it's always operational, but also that it provides valuable, accurate, and good information. So if a weather forecast, for example, is 4 times in a row wrong, the farmer loses trust, and it's very likely that he will not use the service anymore. So it's very, very important to build trust on the service. And the second point actually helps with that. If you have two-way communication and the farmer can provide input, it's much more likely that there will be a cycle of trust. Then scalability, I think very important because of the, well, huge number of farmers that are there and need these type of services. I think there are many examples of projects that focus on a tiny region with 1,000 farmers and make a DCAS service specific for that region, very tailored on that location. But if it's not scalable to another region, a country or another country, then the DCAS is very difficult to survive in the future because it's only focusing on this very small part. So if you make a service, a DCAS service, it's very important that it's scalable, so that it not only works in southern Angola, but it also works in northern Mozambique and also in Cape Town, for example. So it should work on multiple locations. Then I think one thing which is very important is equity. So it should be accessible to everybody. So not only a specific group of farmers, but also to, for example, have the right gender balance. So have equally accessible to males and females, but also focus on youth, for example, but also on other minorities. So it should be accessible to all, and it should not focus on one social group alone, basically. And then the sixth one, which is, I think, obvious. So even if you have all 5 ticked, basically, then you have a good DCAS service, and that's nice. But if it's not sustainable in the future, if there's not a plan for the next 5 to 10 years to make it financially sustainable, sustainability is often determined by financial means, then it still doesn't work. You have the brilliant service, but if it's not sustainable, it will not work. And you, well, eventually will lose trust of the farmers also. So I think these 6 basically are key building blocks of building a good DCAS service. Oh yes, now we have a question again. Nice. All right, one step back. So take these 6. Basically, the question is about these 6. So the question is, and now you need all the 4 colors, and I'm very curious about this question because the previous question was, well, I hoped it would all be green, so that was nice. Here, I actually don't know what you're going to say. So of the 6 I just mentioned, which do you think is the most important requirement for a successful DCAS? Is it to have accountability and trust with farmers so that farmers trust the service? Then the green one. The red one is the data quality, the accuracy, and how useful it is. Is that important? The scalability. So is it usable in, let's say, the whole of SADC or only in Eswatini? yellow, or accessibility. So how, if it's accessible to everybody, then I would like to see the blue color. So I'm curious, what do you think is the most important characteristic? No, you have to choose. You have to choose. Oh,
Yourself. Yeah. Okay, perfect.
well, I can name them again. So green is trust farmers, red is the data quality and the usefulness for a farmer, yellow scalability, blue accessibility, so equal access to all. Well, we should make a picture. This is a rainbow.
Yeah.
But I must say, if I look, I think red has the majority vote here. I think red has the majority vote, and I think yellow is the minority. So wait, that's
Okay.
so basically the data, so the quality and the usefulness is according to this group.
9:54.
So when do we need to stop?
Because we have to still have the farmers before 10:30 and the opening.
Yeah, but this is the last one.
Okay,
So
okay.
I'm exactly on time. Yeah, just to conclude, the main part of this room thinks that data quality, the accuracy of the service, and the usefulness for farmers is the most important. So that's basically the well, how farmers can access it. And the least one was the yellow one, was scalability. Oh boy. Oh, thanks. All right. So that was basically my two introductory topics. So it was about climate change, very quickly about what climate change is and how it impacts SADC. And then the second part was about how DCAS can help with that and what you need for DCAS, but that will be much more clearly elaborated in the coming, let's say, 1.5 days. Perhaps we can do a couple of questions if they're there before the farmers. Yep. Yeah, no problem. Then I'll just.
Okay. Can you come to the mic? Professor Massine. Can you come to the mic? Yeah, the mic here is standing mic.
It's in the.
Can you come to the mic, Professor Massine? Oh, okay. So yeah. Just introduce yourself. Well, just mention your name every time, and your organization before you talk. Thank you.
I really enjoyed your presentation. And you said that one of the most critical aspects of DCAS is co-creation. But one of the things that's happening to the farmers is that the level of poverty is very high. So when you go to them to try and initiate a dialogue for co-creation, they suddenly see it as if you're coming to help them. So they want to co-create because there's something for them at the end. The level of poverty is very high. So when you go to them to try and initiate a dialogue for co-creation, they suddenly see it as if you're coming to help them. So they want to co-create because there's something for them at the end. The level of poverty is very high. So when you go to them to try and initiate a dialogue for co-creation, they suddenly see it as if you're coming to help them.
She's not talking.
So they want to co-create because there's something for them at the end. The level of poverty is very high. So when you go to them to try and initiate a dialogue for co-creation, they suddenly see it as if you're coming to help them. So they want to co-create because there's something for them.
Sorry, I didn't catch the question. Can you repeat it?
It's repeating the question all the time. Sorry.
Process. So like for us, we had a project at KZN in South Africa. And when we go to create a dialogue, they're looking at it as at the end of the
Yes,
day,
but I'm
you're going to give them
switch to
some
the
rand.
because we
So
are
they
a bit
forget the
behind
bigger
in time.
picture and look at the small,
Yeah,
short-term
but we are
picture.
behind
How
time
do we
because
deal
we
with
still
that?
need to-
Thank you.
Okay, is one?
That's a good question and a very
Yeah.
difficult one. I just introduced these 6 because I think they are important. And I think perhaps the co-creation or the two-way communication is the hardest of all because it's, well, you have to involve individual farmers and you have to involve a lot. And that's hard. So I'm not necessarily sure which one to focus on or how to do that in a good way. I need to think about this.
Yeah.
I come back to you around lunch. Is that good?
Yeah. Okay.
You want to share? Can you go to the mic? Well, you can also use this.
Wait, let me share with Stefan. Stefan, let me share because I also know the online. Yeah. So you don't give people the floor because.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
But she can go now, right?
Yeah, sure.
She wanted to answer the question.
Okay, I wanted to answer her question and share our experience
yeah.
because since 2017 up to now, like the agribusiness facility for Africa together with GZ, they developed a farmer business school methodology whereby we train farmers for 5 days without giving them anything. So for me, it just depends with the information that you're going to the farmers, like they value the information. The farmers, they value the information that you're going to give them and then go with the trainings for free. We can train farmers for free without giving them anything. It just depends with the value of what you are going to deliver to them.
Okay.
We have been trained, there are farmers that are being trained for free because of the value of the information.
I just add, where is that?
Like in Malawi.
In Malawi.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. You see, there's Professor Masinde who talks like a lecturer slow, and then we have somebody from Malawi quick. We have to all realize there's simultaneous translation going on. So if you want to talk your normal thing, make a pause afterwards, not too quick because they can't, the Portuguese people can't follow it. We have one online question and then I'm going to open the thing and getting the farmers in. Is that fine? Yeah?
We're not. Yeah.
Yeah, the online Paras will mention the online question. How?
Hello. Yes. Okay, so we have one online question from Olive Chilenga from Harvest Hut, Malawi. Data and digital gadgets are almost non-affordable to smallholder farmers in most of the developing countries, Malawi being an example. How can this be addressed from such a perspective? Because from my understanding, data and these digital gadgets are the primary requirements towards DCAS.
Yeah, so that's basically having a smartphone and having data connectivity, and that's a problem for farmers, right? That's the question. The cost, yeah. That's true, and therefore you have different dissemination methods. So also sending an SMS is a DCAS service. So you need to see your target group or the group of farmers you have, what capabilities they have. If they only have feature phones, for example, then sending an SMS or even a voice message is the way to go. If you have farmers or farmer groups where some people have smartphones or have data connectivity, then you can make a little bit more sophisticated DCAS and try to communicate with them through an app or something else. So it depends a lot on the farmer group. And I think, but perhaps you have better experience with that, I think still the amount of phones and the amount of smartphones increase in also rural areas. So the connectivity increases over time. So I think in a couple of years, we will still be further than where we're currently now. Yeah, if you like, then
yeah.
You need to go to the mic.
So yeah, Kemi, you can shortly keep it brief because we are behind time now. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kemi Afogidon from the African Development Bank. And in response to the online question, what we're trying to do is trying to use public sector resources to help reduce the cost of delivery of digital solutions and the gadgets to smallholder farmers. In summary, digital technologies are being created by private companies. which means they're looking for a return on their investments, which makes it costly for small farmers to use it. So our approach is to really encourage the use of public sector investments as a catalyst to help reduce the cost of these technologies so that they can get into the hands of farmers. And then the private sector can provide the technology service to the farmers. Training, anyway, I'll talk about it later, but that's a quick answer. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good bridge to, Kemi, you can stay on stage. Yeah. So I'm going to introduce Kemi and Charles. Come here, because you have to do the official opening now. Kemi?
Yes.
On stage. Yeah, now this section. Yeah, if you can just stand together and make your opening remarks behind the speaker there. I'll just explain who we are. Yeah. So this training is funded by the Global Center on Adaptation. And this is Mr. Charles Nemachena. He's the regional director of the Global Center on Adaptation. He's previously program officer at the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, where he worked on regional food trade and resilience. He's also been at CGIAR and EUMI as part of that, as a regional agricultural economist. So it's good we have an economist in the room as well. And then I'll introduce Kemi, Olikemi Afun Ogidan. She's the principal agribusiness officer at the African Development Bank. So GCA and African Development Bank jointly host this training. And she is the coordinator of the Digital Agriculture Flagship. She's a development finance specialist. The floor is to you. I don't know how you exactly divided it, but Charles start and then Kemi will add. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. It's an honor to welcome you to this regional training event, which is our third regional training event. The first one was in Accra, Ghana last year, and the second one was in Nairobi at the beginning of this year.
I'm trying to at least put it low until I figure
going to Central Africa and then North Africa. So it's really a pleasure to have you as high-level change makers in the region. And we expect that from this learning, the networks that we are going to develop, the exchanges that are going to happen here are not going to be just another training event, but we expect that you as change makers, you are going to take what you are learning from this experience back to your institutions, to your countries, and we expect that you are going to take this further and going to help accelerate, innovate, and scale adaptation action in the region and in the continent. So from the Global Center on Adaptation, we have partnered with the African Development Bank for the largest global adaptation program in the world, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. What is it? It's a 25 billion over 5 years program. So together we are actually mobilizing 25 billion for adaptation action. So when you look at the numbers for adaptation, you realize adaptation has remained the poor cousin for mitigation in climate change discourse for a long time. And what we are doing at the Global Center on Adaptation is to ensure that we mobilize action from the international scale, at the regional scale, and also at the local level. And not only discussions, but we want to see impact, adaptation impact on the local level. And what we have done is to partner with the international finance institutions like the African Development Bank, the World Bank, as the largest financiers of climate change action in the world. And what we do is to influence or to mainstream adaptation action in the investments that they make. And in the first 24 months of the launch of the AAAP, we've managed to influence more than 5.4 billion worth of investments from the African Development Bank and the World Bank. And also this year, we have other IFIs are joining to actually work with us so that we can scale our adaptation action on the ground. And I'm actually honored to have you as part of the partners that we will be working with. Some of you we have already worked with and influenced some of the investments in the region that we have supported. For example, the PTAC, I see we have IMI here that have also worked with us in that project. And also, we have also some we are also supporting with. And it's actually good that we are developing this network of partners who are developing the capacity in application of digital climate services, advisory services, that as we scale operations in terms of climate change impact action on the ground, we can also come back to you and you also help us scale and also develop a further capacity, strengthen capacity back in your countries so that together we'll be able to reach more farmers. Because what we have realized is when we engage with farmers, like during the Africa Climate Summit in the early this month, engaging with communities, they tell you, we hear, like at the summit, they talk of billions, but where are those billions ending? Where is that money going to? Because on the ground, we don't see the money. So what we want as we train you is we want to translate whatever is being talked about at the high level so that it comes and have impact on the ground. We want to see action on the ground. There have been a lot of pilots on climate solutions in Africa for too long. What we want is to scale their proven technologies like these DCAS technologies that we can capitalize on, that we can scale and accelerate and bring for a climate resilient future, develop our farmers, improve food security and well-being. So we expect that after this training, together, we're going to be doing more. And also with our partners with the African Development Bank, as we continue to work in this space and other IFIs, we expect also to work with some of you and most of you to actually scale climate action impact on the ground. With this, I really appreciate your presence and we'll be interacting more and watch not only during this training, but beyond. Thank you.
Okay. So you see, there's a lot of expectations on you. Kemi.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I know you've all come from far and wide. We at the bank, we are really focused on the next sort of generation and approach towards agriculture transformation across the continent. We know that climate change is really ravaging communities, food systems, and access possibility of livelihoods for small and especially rural and low-income farmers. And not just farmers, livestock, pastoralists, fisheries, people engaged in fisheries, and so on. We see an opportunity to use digital and data-driven solutions to help us accelerate efficiency of systems, efficiency of investments to be able to achieve results across the value chain. In this case, we're really looking at climate adaptation and building climate resilience. And we know that digital technologies can be applied across the entire value chain to ensure climate resilience for different types of agriculture value chain actors. For us, being part of this training and also identifying project teams that are currently implementing AFDB projects on the ground is really to give you or to share with you and ourselves as well practical real life experiences of where these technologies have been applied and how they can be applied going forward. So that's really the premise of this training, is for us to exchange the lessons, the best practices of digital solutions, and how we can mainstream them into our investment projects, programs that we are implementing, as well as how can we start to identify entry points to influence policy and decision-making so that we can scale the access, like someone just asked, access to these digital technologies for the low-income, rural, remote agriculture value chain actors. So I'm really looking forward to sharing with you our ideas, but also learning from everyone how you have seen or you yourself have been part of mainstreaming digital technologies into agriculture value chains to build climate resilience. Thank you.
So the event is officially opened. I'm not going to allow questions to you now because we still have farmers. I just wanted to mention from the organization and committee who supported you as host is Janina Fraas is the lead project manager. So she can quickly welcome. And then the Sue Walker for scientific input. And then Paula and Stefan and myself. And now is the most interesting part of this training, I think, the farmers. Yeah, let's get them to the floor. Please, farmers, Stefan is going to introduce them and facilitate this session. Can you come forward? Sorry, yeah. Can you call everybody upon because they're not yet moving?
Yeah, so there are three,
yeah,
and they know who they are. Probably they can speak first and then
yeah, yeah. Yeah. Hello. Hi. Sorry. Okay, that's your own decision. I'm presenting right now. Okay.
Can you switch on my microphone?
Okay,
And
I have to go
okay,
back
good.
into the meeting. Yeah, that's your own decision. Okay.
Can you switch off the microphone of Marieke? Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, welcome. Yeah, I think what would be nice is wait, I go to the next slide. Is to have a short introduction of you as farmers. Yeah, I was. But I need to. Oh wait,
I'll move the thing. Okay.
No, I can do this. I forgot about it. So we've got Angela, Sekila, and Nkosefayo. Hope I pronounce it okay. And I think it would be nice if you give like a 1 minute introduction of yourself. So who are you, where you're from, how does your farm look, what kind of crops do you grow, these type of things.
All right.
So could you, no, I think Angela will go first.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Angela Chitanje. I'm from Malawi. I'm a farmer. I'm a farmer advocate. I also advocate for my fellow farmers. And I'm also a freelance consultant. I'm also a country representative for WIPAD, Young Professionals in Agricultural Development. For me, I grow field crops. I grow soya beans, I grow maize, and I grow beans. Like for winter cropping, like this year, I planted vegetables. I planted okra, I planted lep, I planted Chinese, and I also planted eggplants. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sekila Manapo. I'm a farmer from the Kingdom of Lesotho. I'm a crop farmer. My farm is located in an area in the north of Lesotho called Tsikwanele. I'm a crop farmer. I'm also Secretary General of the Potato Lesotho Association. My primary crop is potatoes, planted in rotation with legumes and leafy greens. The majority of my farming practice is rain-fed. That's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Yes.
Good morning. I am Gosapayo Manyati from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I am a young farmer and I am also an agro-processing specialist. I am a YPOD member from the Kingdom of Eswatini. And we are currently farming on a 29-hectare space. We have legumes and grains that we do probably on a 30-hectare. And we also do horticultural produce, high-value crops, which includes baby vegetables. We do different types of chilies for exports, and we also get to do baby marrow, the courgettes, and the yellow petty pans for our export markets. And also we have developed a novel bean jam that is currently being shipped to Taiwan, and we are processing that it goes to the US. And obviously through the help of USAID, and we are really seeing traction in terms of how we can incorporate beans into our daily diets, more than just eating it as a bean stew. So now we're trying to find ways in which we can incorporate beans into our daily diets. So I think that's me in a nutshell. If you want to know more, you can obviously reach out.
It's not smallholder anymore. That's growing big business. Great. Yeah.
Thank you. So, well, the idea behind this farmer panel is, of course, that many people here in the room are more high level on a high level notice, but we are always talking about DCAS for smallholder farmers. So we thought it would be very important and interesting to hear from the farmers themselves or the representative of the farmers. What is actually needed? What are the biggest problems? What are the challenges? I have a couple of questions, but if there are any questions in the room or online, please share. Then we can have a internal discussion about this. So then I think I will start with a question, which is, well, perhaps the biggest question. What's your main challenge now as a farmer in either growing enough yield or growing your farm? So what's basically your biggest challenge, or what's the biggest holdback in your current farming practice? And I think it would be nice to just do it all three and just have a like 1 or 2 sentence answer. Does someone already know the answer, or do you need to think about it?
Okay, I just want to start by saying that given the theme that brings us together, I'd like to touch on the erratic weather conditions that I'm currently facing as a farmer. Specifically the erratic rainfalls that we're experiencing. Traditionally, we're in the 10th month of the year. I should have planted by now. This hasn't happened. In the last 2 years, what has happened is that we'll plant in the usual times. The rainfall comes unexpectedly in huge amounts. And what has happened the last 2 seasons is that literally after we've planted, the rains have swept away the seed, forcing us to replant. And there has just been a lot of topsoil that seems that we keep losing on an annual basis. I don't know if that answers your question, Stefan.
Well, it sounds like a challenge.
Okay, for me, I also like Mas, I also go like would be similar to him. It will also, I will just concur with him. Like when I started farming in 2017, we used to plant in November. But now we cannot plant in November. We are now planting in December. Like for 2022 to 2023 season, I planted in mid-December. So weather, like the climate change has contributed a lot. Like for instance, in Malawi, last year during the 2022-2023 season, we experienced 3 different like situations. Like in the southern part of Malawi, there was Cyclone Freddy. We all saw the pictures on the internet. Like in the central region of Malawi, we experienced a lot of rainfall, and this had a very bad impact on soybeans. Like a lot of people did not harvest a lot of soybeans. The yield was too low. Like in the southern part, there was drought. So you can see that we experienced two different seasons in Malawi. So it really affected us as a lot as farmers. Like for soybeans, we harvested low yield, and then the price was also low. So a lot of farmers made losses last year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we can just all adhere to the fact that climate change is real, and we definitely need to shift our way of thinking and our olden ways of farming into how best we can address these climate change into our different businesses. Well, even with our business. So this past season, when we just planted our beans, it was super dry. There was no rain. Though we had seen predictions, it would drizzle, there was no rain, and it did not germinate. We had to replant again. It still did not germinate. We had to replant again because for us beans, it's more like our core product. So we cannot just miss a season without actually having our core product into the business. And we had to replant like 3 times. Still, the yield was very low. And that really taught us on how best can we position ourselves in terms of finding better ways of irrigation, because at the end of the day, we all depend on rain-fed, especially on a such large scale. You depend on rain-fed. So climate change is one of our major hindrances, and we have to find ways in which we can address that.
Well, very clear. 3 the same answers.
Yeah.
Yes, but you need to go to the microphone. Oh, the microphone is gone. Well, there's another one coming to you.
Oh, he has to switch it on. He has to switch it on.
It works now.
Hello. Yes, I'm adding on to, I'm a farmer myself, and I'm representing the smallholder farmers in Botswana. Excessive heat is also a major problem, especially in places like Botswana and Namibia, where the rainfalls are very low. And diseases as such are persistent. We discover new diseases all the time. And as a smallholder farmer, most of our members, it's difficult for them to support themselves because most of them are really indigenous. So you find that it's an outcry. And the other thing is water. For horticulture farmers, water is a problem because we are slowly, our boreholes are slowly running out, and water harvesting is a problem because you need to have funds to harvest water, and it's not all the smallholder farmers who can afford that. A few who can, you find that it's an outcry because when you go out there, especially if you are representing the rural communities, you go and see what they go through. Sometimes you just feel like giving up. And lack of finances, it's a serious problem for our smallholder farmers. Because if they can get, they are determined to do the work, but they don't have the muscle, the financial muscle to do it. So it's a serious problem for smallholder farmers. Really, we need help. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very clear message. Yeah, we don't have that much time. So I also wanted to go back to you because you basically all 3 said similar type of things. And with you, sorry, can I call you Fio? That's oh, sorry. You basically planted according to the schedule, and then you lost 2 batches of seeds basically, while you 2 changed already your planting pattern, right? So can I ask on what basis did you change the pattern then? What information did you do? Did you?
I'm happy you asked that because we're really lacking in terms of information, relevant information. we do get weather information that gives us seasonal forecasts. But ideally, if I could receive some notification a day or two in advance to say, for example, that a hailstorm is coming, we're lacking in that regard. So I'll have a seasonal forecast telling me what is going to happen. So I have a general idea, but I don't really know the specific time span that it happens. I feel like with better access, or if I was given more information relevant to my farming practices, it would be very useful. Hence my participation in the DCAS workshop today.
So you basically act on the seasonal information you get.
Yes,
So
I do.
You delay your planting because of that.
Yeah, the meteorology department is pretty good in that. I think on a daily basis, we receive emails, which I then forward. I use for myself and my fellow farmers.
Okay.
So they give us daily, weekly, I think, and seasonal forecasts. But really, I think it's called the early warning information is what I think is lacking in the Kingdom of Lesotho. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And for you?
Okay, thank you so much. Like for us, we don't receive emails for weather forecast. Like we rely much on the Malawi broadcasting station. There is a certain program of weather forecast whereby they tell us like how the things are like or will be like. Like for instance, this year they have already warned us that there will be El Nino, there will be little or no rainfall in Malawi. So like for farmers, we have already started planning on which variety to plant. Like for instance, last year I planted a pure hybrid seed, which is late maturity. But this year I've changed. I will no longer plant that seed because they have already warned us that there will be El Nino. So I'll plant a early maturity or medium maturity. So if we receive this information like last year, maybe receiving a warning on phones, like it could have helped us a lot. And it's also my desire that maybe like farmers in the rural areas should be getting, like us and even those who stay in the rural areas should be getting such information through phones, maybe such warnings, because not everyone in Malawi has access to televisions. So it's for us, it's easy. We can hear the information on televisions, but for those farmers who stay in rural areas, it's hard for them to get such information.
And they don't get any. So
Yeah, they don't get it. They just experience, I think so. It's really bad.
All right, thank you. Do you want to round off already? Because of time?
we can have 1 minute, but we have to stick to times. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can just have a closing remark or closing thing, because otherwise the online will be a mess. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, is there one question? You've got a question. Well, let's do that then.
So we have a question
time.
from Aladela, University of KwaZulu in South Africa. So in climate advisory services, emphasis has always been on data and devices. What are your experiences in terms of associated costs, services such as inputs, early maturing or drought-resistant varieties, amongst others, and overlaying climate information services with the life cycle of crops?
Wow. So basically, it's about the cost of a service compared to cost of other inputs. Is that?
And also experiences with this drought-resistant varieties, for example.
Can you answer the one about the drought-resistant varieties? So about difference in costs there, if that makes a difference, because you planted a different variety based on the
for us, the one which is late maturity, like Njovu, it's a pure hybrid seed and it's expensive compared to the one which is early maturity. Yeah.
Okay. So there's a difference in cost between the varieties.
There's a difference in cost in terms of the varieties.
And can you say something about the amount of, or at least that's also what I got from the question is, sorry, so basically you have a lot of costs, of course, you have to seed, fertilizer and all kinds of inputs. And if you would like to have climate advisory services, they're probably not going to be completely free. So is that something that you think is financially possible as a farmer, or is that very hard?
No.
May I?
Yes.
I'm of the opinion, you mentioned something earlier regarding the bundling of services.
Yeah, we can.
I want to give a very specific example that in the Kingdom of Lesotho, for example, we don't have agricultural insurance.
Mhm.
I do believe that if we were to bundle these services in the right way, for example, climate advisory combined with financial and insurance services, I firmly believe that our farmers would have no problem paying for the service, provided, of course, that it's reasonable. And obviously, there'd have to be a significant contribution from the government of Lesotho.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we're gonna round off. Okay, well, I'm not necessarily sure what I need to round off then. Other than
So, okay, let me take over. Sorry, it's a pity that you did get so little time.
Yes.
There might be some time extra after the Bruce presentation, but we have online participants who log in at a certain time of the program, so we have to stick to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going for coffee break now. Yeah. I invite you all just outside of the room. There's coffee and some snacks. Please be back here on your seats by 11 when we start online again. There is some drawings already in the back coming up. Please also check on the posters during your presence here and enjoy your break. There will be some music playing. This is conservation music for an organization. Yeah, we'll do that for the people here to see farmers from Southern Africa and some nice music talking about climate change and the issues we're facing. Yeah, enjoy.
thank you. Oh, sorry, I'm still on.
The world is serious and seen, in which we have cut our children's dreams, burning land and drying dreams. In fact, also no food to eat. 11 years to look inside, to change our ways and turn the tide. 11 years to purify our home states in nature's mind.
Kwenda chuma ndalama kuti pese ukonda senza chuma ndalama kupese tiko kupaya nyama kugulisa masengo nkulakwa kupaya nyama kushoka sanga na nkulakwa kutema mitengo kushoka malasha kutema mitengo ikolanga la onegeza yeah. Yes, I know your survival to creation, generation to generation, conservation was every nation. Everybody, it tears it down. The water goes low, Lord, shed it goes high. Some problems, some questions, Lord, on our mind. This is psychomancy, teach the mancy wisely. Mueve músculo, mueva color. Ay, ay, mueva caramba, genérico, mueva casi wandi, casi genilo, mantina di la naka, mantina di la naka.
Inside to change our ways and turn the tide. 11 years to purify our home states in nature's might.
Panda chuma ndalama kutipese. Ndalama kusetiko. Kupaya nyama kugulisa masengo nkulakwa. Kupaya nyama kushoka sanga na kunkulakwa. Kutema miteko. Kutema miteko. Kolangala unengeza. Yeah. Survival to creation, generation to generation, conservation was every nation. Everybody, it is down. The water goes low, Lord, shed it goes high. Some problems, some questions. Let's recycle mountain, keep the mountain wise.
Is a world distribution in which we have cut our children's dreams, burning land and drying dreams. In fact, also no food to eat. 11 years to look inside, to change our ways and turn the tide. 11 years to purify our homesteads in nature's might.
Kwenda chuma ndalama kuti pese, ukwenda seza chuma ndalama pese tiko, kupaya nyama kugulisa masengo nkulakwa, kupaya nyama kushoka sanga na kunkulako, kutema mitego, kushoka malasha, kutema mitego, tiko langala uongeza. It's a good we know, survival to creation, generation to generation, conservation was evolution. Everybody, tears it down. The water goes low, Lord, shed it goes high. Some problems, some questions. Let's recycle mountain, use the mountain wisely.
And the world is serious and sin, in which we have cut our children's dreams, burning land and drying dreams. In fact, also no food to eat. 11 years to look inside, to change our ways and turn the tide. 11 years to purify our homesteads in nature's smile.
Kwenda chuma ndalama kuti pese, kukondeseza chuma ndalama kuti pese tiko, kupaya nyama kugulisa masengo nkulakwa, kupaya nyama kushoka sanga na nkulakwa, kutema mitoyako, kushoka makasha, kutema mitoyako, kikola ngalao negeza. Survival to creation, generation to generation, conservation is evolution. Everybody, tears it down. The water goes low, Lord, shed it goes high. Some problems, some questions, It's recyclemancy. Keep the mountain wise. Mueve el músculo. Mueva todo. Ay, mueva casi wangi kasieni leo mantina lila na naka mantina lila na naka
Welcome back again. Our client, Bruce Campbell, is so modest take less time than is planned in the program. And that allows us to give back the floor to the farmers a little bit because we were shortcutting them before the break. So that also the audience can ask some more questions to the farmers as experiences. I'll leave the floor again to Stefan to manage that.
Yes, thank you. I was unaware that I needed to do this, so I need to start a bit. So I think we have 10 minutes to do this, I guess. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we ended with climate change and the type of information that you currently have. Could you also perhaps name, let's say, the information that you're currently missing, or what would be the most impactful information for you to have from a climate perspective? So is it about a planting date, or about hailstorms, or about harvesting dates, or about the length of a season, or about which crop variety you should plant? Which type of information would you be most interested in, or have the most impact on you as a farmer? Perhaps we can start with Fayo. Is it on? Right. Which type of information?
Thank you. I think for us, we do have an app that we currently have an SOP. So basically the app just entails with information, but it's still not that much active. So for us, it's more of improving that app and developing it to kind of suit needs of the different kinds of farmers, because there is still the age gap. There is us young ones and the older ones. So the older ones probably cannot access the app because they might not have smartphones. So it's us having the app or the information readily available, say in the form of SMSs or in the form of a USSD, that you can just be able to probably tap in a code and it gets to retrieve updated information. So I think that's why even when we were doing the poll, I had voted for, I think it's sustainability, the red code. So it's more like what updated information.
Yeah, so what type of information is in there?
And also us being capacitated enough, because more than anything, we are aware that there is climate change, but what are we doing? The people that have the knowledge, are they actually going out to the communities, to the rural people, to actually share the new developments, the new varieties? Because I mean, if you're in a lab or if you're in that space where you are currently developing and finding new ways of planting beans, maybe you even have improved seeds for beans that are drought tolerant, that will not need that much water. So it's us getting to a point where we are capacitated enough, and also the weather information be easily accessible to literally everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, for me as a farmer, I would love to receive information on weather pattern for for pattern for that particular year, and also a suggested type of crop that would be relevant for that weather for pattern for that particular year. And I would really love to see to see such information being aired on radio stations. Like there are different radio stations in Lulu areas. So I would really love to see that information being aired out on such radio stations, because in Lulu areas, the televisions, the smartphones, they are not common. A lot of people doesn't have access to such technology. So I would really love to see that.
Most farmers own a radio or have access to radio?
Yeah, for radios, farmers have access to radios, and then they'll even maybe hear such information from fellow farmers. But for a farmer to have a smartphone, you'll find maybe a group of maybe you go to 20 farmers, and then you find a group of 35 farmers with any farmer with a smartphone. So, but for such a small phone with a radio station, they can have.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. I'd like to touch on 4 points, which I think would add relevance to local farmers. It is important to state first that Lesotho has 4 agroecological zones, which is why you'll find us wearing blankets all the time. It is so cold, but then sometimes so hot. So specifically, information pertaining to recommended planting dates is 1. 2, recommended harvest dates. 3, in terms or in because of the fact that we have these different agroecological zones, it would be advisable if we could get recommended seed varieties, drought resistance, etc. And then last but not least, information regarding pests and diseases. Because of the erratic climate conditions that we're facing, I think it has been mentioned that pests and disease, we're seeing an increase in the prevalence of different pests and diseases. So if you could have information pertaining to that and what to be aware of, I think it would be very useful. Last but not least, in the initial presentation, we talked about localized weather forecasts. So because of these 4 agroecological zones that we have, you will find that, for example, in the highlands, the weather or anticipated weather is very different from in the lowlands. So if we could have more specific weather information, I think that would be a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a question from the... Yep. Yeah, afterwards you can go. Yeah, it's all.
Thank you very much. This is Lulu from Botswana Meteorological Services. I wanted to know, it might be out of but it's not out of the topic. In Botswana, we have just started, since last year, we have started doing the onset, including the onset on the seasonal forecast. But the only big problem that we have is Botswana is good for sorghum, but most of the farmers don't do the sorghum, because after doing the seasonal forecast, we give it to the farmers and even agriculture, and then agriculture has to advise what type of crops they should plant, especially according to their regions, because we have a semi-arid, the other side is too desert, the other side has a lot, the northern part has a lot of rain, but the other side is just in the middle. So really, sorghum is the only crop that we can plant in Botswana, but we find that they're just a bit maize, because sorghum has a lot of work to be done. But I wanted to know from them if their farmers also do prefer their own products than the ones that are being advised to plant. Thank you.
Does some of you like to answer?
I'd like to respond to that question, dealing specifically to bring into context to the soup. I think something in the region of 70% of our production is cereals, so maize, wheat, and sorghum. But now if you ask your conventional farmer, why do you do it? The answer is this: he'll tell you, my father used to do the same thing, and his father used to do the same thing. So as to why we are not planting high value cash crops, I think we just need to educate people and show them the benefits of doing so. Thank you.
One of you have to add any?
Add on the fact that you know how most of us, we are so loyal to things that we've been seeing our forefathers and our mothers doing. So you find that it's now a trend that in my family. So when I grew up, we did a lot of cotton. To this day, there's just so much cotton going on, and for me, it's childhood trauma because there was so much work. So in my farm, I never do cotton. I always tell them that, you know what, this for me reminds me of my childhood, because you had to like weed so many times. You had to pick the cotton, you had to put it in bales. It was just so tedious for us. So now the ministry did a good job. They now have a more modified kind of cotton seed that does not need tending to too much. So I think research really needs to play an important part in terms of improving the varieties that we want as farmers, and also bringing on board the old people to kind of teach us the things that we're supposed to know and how best we can both learn from each other, because honestly, they have valuable information from the past, and us, we're coming with information from universities and from colleges that we can both harness and come out with a good product. So it's more on us, let us have proper research going on and also capacitating each other on what works. Thank you.
Okay, as for me, I call such crops like sorghum and millet as orphan crops because they're the crops that have been there by our forefathers. They are very nutritious, but for like our generations are not focusing much on them. It's because we have found our parents eating sima from maize, not sima from sorghum. So it's just about a mindset change and also having some maybe some organizations maybe advocating for such crops because they're very nutritious, but they're not being used. They have been orphaned, I can say.
I'm sorry. My boss says that we have to stop. No, I'm sorry.
No, we are. As a farmer, I give you a lot of speaking time later in this thing because exactly. No, exactly. Yeah. No, you need enough time, and there's enough time in the lunches, but I have to stick to the program also. Yeah.
So
Okay.
thank you very much again.
Yeah.
Now I
call to the floor our client, Bruce Campbell. He's South African, Zimbabwean, Australian, and Danish, I found out yesterday. He was leading for years, heading this CGIAR climate change program. He's now a senior consultant for the Global Center on Adaptation. But before that, he was at the University of Zimbabwe for 20 years, where he was the founder of the Institute of Environmental Studies. And at the time, I was also in Zimbabwe and bought quite a few of his books, actually. I want to quote one sentence out of the book. Shiwasha farmers generally do the final plowing and plant crops only after the first rains have fallen, by which time the cattle are thin and weak and the soil is very hard. The consequent shallow plowing leads to poor water retention. The available water at these shallow depths is rapidly depleted and poor yields result. The catch-22 for the farmers. Already then, in 1989, just to show you that he might be back in Europe, or up in Europe, but he's one of us. Africans.
Okay. Yeah, great. So it's fantastic to be back in Angola for its new independence. Then I thought things went wrong 20 years later and I took an international job. So I was asked to be quite short so that we could have more farmers group. So I'll be very quick. And Stefan did a great job on this. The only thing I'd like to say is that of all the sectors, agriculture is probably the most important in terms of climate change because it's so dependent on climate and hundreds of millions of people are dependent on it. We just don't see enough investment in this area. And then on the other side, adaptation is really going slow. Rates of hunger are growing. SDG 2 on zero hunger will not be achieved by 2030. You can be sure of that. Governments set the Malabo Declaration and their targets. Only a single country is on track in order to meet their targets. And then if you look at the IPCC, it's really very critical about what we're doing so far. It's immediate and near-term climate risk reduction. It's not transformational. Kemi mentioned we really have to transform the food system, and we totally agree with that. The efforts are fragmented, small in scale, incremental, sector-specific. We have to work across sectors to make it happen. These are all words used by the IPCC in the Africa chapter. And very slow implementation of national adaptation plans. So I think it's only like 3 or 4 countries which have now put in the monitoring programs for national adaptation plans. And so the Global Center on Adaptation was established to really turn this around, to put adaptation in the center stage of all development initiatives. And the initial focus is in Africa. At the Africa Climate Summit, we released this report. It was mostly African authors coming together saying, if we're going to transform the food system, what do we have to do? And what are the 5 priorities or the 6 priorities that are super important? And I'm not going to go into all of them, but one of them, center stage, was digital climate-informed advisories and services. So we really see this as one of the transformational needs. And of course, it can't go by itself. There's other things that have to happen as well. So together with the Africa Development Bank and the GCA, how do we get climate resilient agriculture happening? We see that technology is rapidly changing the way food is produced, transformed, and distributed. But the current content, and we can see, it can make a huge difference to farmers. So we've recorded these kinds of yield increases as an example. But on the other hand, there's hundreds of millions of farmers who don't access the technology. So what are the scaling up challenges? There's limited access, high costs of delivery, limited digital infrastructure, insufficient enabling environment. So then we see that the digital solutions that we see out there are small scale. Somebody's estimated that 60% of what we see are donor funded and at a pilot stage. If you want to transform the food system, it's not going to happen like that. And even when farmers have access, there's minimal usage, low digital literacy, costs are too high, lack of decent engagement, gender divides. And so we also see very few people are using digital solutions, and women, even the percentage is lower. So the goal, together with the Africa Development Bank, is that by 2025, to get sustained uptake of digital adaptation solutions for at least 30 million people in 26 countries. And the GCA is approaching it through 3 intervention areas: knowledge and analytics, mainstreaming digital solutions in investment projects, and capacity development. And I'm just going to very quickly go through these 3 areas. So knowledge, we'd like to be a thought leadership on climate smart digital technologies. And one of the very early products was this blueprint for DCAS. It was part of the Global Commission on Adaptation with Ban Ki-moon and Bill Gates. And I just wanted to show 2 slides from it. The first one is that there's a huge diversity of approaches to digital systems. So in this first one, a DCAS provider is selling its product to agribusinesses, insurances, or banks that are then providing it to smallholder farmers. This one is Olam. An example is Olam. It's a massive buyer of produce from smallholder farmers. It has a digital platform which helps it secure its markets and at the same time give farmers information. There's specialized intermediary services who only do a piece of the whole value chain of digital. So for example, they could be data managers or cloud-based support. There's complementary service provision. So for example, an insurance company may want to work with a digital provider in order to bring insurance to smallholder farmers. Perhaps one of the most important is how you support the national agricultural advisory systems to digitize. And then there's things like real super platforms. where a single entity, company perhaps, or NGOs, try and do everything, bring insurance, market information, advisories. So we shouldn't think of a single solution. We should think of a diversity of solutions. And in the same report, there's 6 principles. And actually, Stefan, I think, must have read this report, because they're very similar, and I won't do any detail. These are the things that we believe are essential to get it to scale. Data quality and assurance, equity, co-creation, establishing accountability and transparency, trust so that people trust the system. Financial sustainability is really crucial. We can't have pilots with constant input from donor funding. We have to achieve something else. And then designing right from the start to get to scale. So that was the first area that GCA works on, the sort of knowledge area. The second area is mainstreaming digital solutions in investment projects. And together with the Africa Development Bank and the World Bank, in the last 2 years, digital solutions have been put into $2.1 billion of investment, which targets roughly 10 million individuals. So, and this is where most of the budget for GCA goes, is into supporting the design of projects of international finance organizations. At the moment, it's Africa Development Bank and the World Bank, but there's new collaborations starting, and for example, IFAD, and there's a group from Malawi here because GCA plans to support the design of the IFAD project in Malawi. At the moment, there's projects happening in all these green areas, and the gray areas are where ongoing discussions are happening. So there are projects happening throughout Africa at the moment. And then the third area is capacity development, and this is an example here, and Charles already mentioned that this is the third capacity building course, and there's 2 coming up. It's all about scaling up, improving knowledge, improving the capacity of yourselves to deploy these things. And perhaps the most important one for me is also the sharing amongst ourselves. And even today, I've already had some fantastic discussions over tea time about potential collaborations and partnerships. GCA likes to support African organizations, and this happens through the investment design process. So for example, I know there's a group from Zambia here, which has been supported to help the World Bank project in Zambia. But there's various other such partners here, but we also have various international partners. And I think the key thing for us is that there has to be a huge diversity of partners to make this happen. And so it's great to see so many different stakeholders here. And that's it. Thanks very much.
Now I would like to introduce back again Kemi Ofun Agri-food. Now I pronounce your name wrongly. Kemi. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, I had already put your, no, because I already introduced you before.
that's fine.
And she will present on behalf of the AFDB, the Feed Africa investment priorities for Southern Africa. And she will be back later, but this is this presentation.
Need my presentation on the screen? Or do I do it myself?
Oh, sorry. No,
Okay, I
it's
see
okay.
it. Okay, it's just right after. Yeah, perhaps these 2 lights can go out because it doesn't look great. That's probably going to be better. Okay. So thanks a lot, Bruce. Actually, I noticed that in Bruce's presentation, some of the things I'm going to talk about, he's talked about them, he's gone ahead of me. But I'd like to share with you a little bit about what we at the African Development Bank are doing with regard to scaling digital and data-driven technologies across Africa. I don't know to what extent everyone is aware, but I just thought I'd give a quick overview of who we are. The African Development Bank is actually the continent's largest multilateral development finance institution. We're owned by all African countries. Sure. Let's see what it looks like from there. There. Yeah, okay, it's better without those lights. Yeah. Oh, I should focus on the presentation. It's fine. Questions to the audience. Yeah. I guess apologies about the technical challenges during a digital technology training.
She went out for a moment there. Now you went out of the slideshow now.
Oh.
Yeah. It was just behind.
Oh.
Just clicking onwards.
Oh, I see.
Imagine.
Imagine.
Just
Nice.
I use the PC only, so that's interesting.
Oh, this thing. I can go. Okay, great. Sorry about that. Technology is still a long ways to go. Okay, so I'll just try and give a quick overview of who we are. We're a development finance institution and we're owned by all African countries, all 54. And our goal is to contribute to sustainable economic development, social progress, and to reduce poverty across the continent. We do this, we're a bank. We do this primarily by mobilizing and deploying capital four development projects across the continent. These projects could be anything from road infrastructure to education, hospitals, and in our case, agriculture. But linked to that, we also know that there's a need for policy advice. There's a need for institutional and human resource capacity development. And we provide technical assistance alongside the development investments which we make. We provide both what we call non-concessional financing, which is not concessional, basically. So in some cases, you can consider it a little less, it's a little less lower than commercial financing, but it is not completely concessional. And we also provide concessional financing as soft financing particularly for low-income countries. In this region, we provide non-concessional financing to the middle-income countries, which are South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, and Eswatini. That should not be Swaziland. It's Eswatini. We're guided by our 10-year strategy, which really focuses on 5 operational priority areas. First is to improve energy infrastructure and connectivity across the continent. We call it Power and Light Up Africa. Second is why we're here, Feed Africa. Third is Industrialize Africa. Fourth is Integrate Africa and promote more trade, cross-border trade across the continent. And the fifth one is to improve the quality of lives. And this is about our social interventions in education, in health, gender inclusivity, and so on. Just digging a little bit deeper on Feed Africa, because that's why we're here. The Feed Africa strategy is really about transforming African agriculture into a competitive and inclusive agribusiness sector, which creates wealth, improves lives, and secures the environment. So sustainability, environmental sustainability is crucial. I'll move past this just in the interest of time. We do this through a number of what we call flagships. Flagships are like thematic intervention sort of guidance. One of them is technology. Some of you might be familiar with this. Technologies for African Agriculture Transformation, which is really about bringing best practice, modern production technologies from the research and CGI-AR centers into the hands of farmers through either public investments or private sector companies. We have a program on fertilizer, AFFM, the Africa Fertilizer Financing Mechanism, which is to help scale up the use of fertilizer by smallholder farmers. We recognize that youth is, there's a challenge with youth unemployment, and we know that agriculture sector has an opportunity to help address that. So Enable Youth program looks at how to connect young people and help them create entrepreneurship or jobs within the agriculture sector. We also have a program called the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, which is about value addition and creating the enabling environment, both in terms of policy, infrastructure, and linkages to production areas so that private investors can set up value addition and agro-processing facilities, and we can move our agriculture sector value chains, further down the value chain from primary production. We're very much focused on climate smart agriculture, which is also part of what we're doing here about climate resilience, but the mitigation side as well, and climate adaptation. TAT in the savannas is a subset of the TAT program, which is specifically focusing on the savanna agroecological zone and its potential to help us increase maize, soybean, and animal protein production, because the importation of meat, dairy, poultry. It really is one of the top 5 food import bills for every single sub-Saharan African country. Yet we have an expanse of, I can't remember, I think it's around 200 million hectares of agroecological zones that are suitable to make us competitive in producing our own animal protein. So the South Savannah project is really focused on that. Blue economy is on fisheries, livestock, post-harvest flagship to address, something has happened, my slides are gone. Okay. Post-harvest loss, I'll skip digital because that's why we're here. A flagship on nutrition and a flagship that helps us support the GAFSP program from the World Bank, and the digital agriculture flagship, which is actually one of our most youngest intervention programs. Now, this is where Bruce has already sort of set the stage. Why did we set up the digital agriculture flagship? We know that African agriculture processes and practices are still behind many other parts of the world, but there's proven research and results that, can I keep speaking? Yeah. Okay. Oops. Okay. So that show that when digital or data-driven technologies are used, it doesn't matter whether it's low tech, mid tech, high tech, you can really achieve up between 40 to 70% additional increases in yield and income. And this study, the Digitalization of African Agriculture report by Dalberg, was the one who did the studies and presented these results. We also know that if we're trying to address youth unemployment, young people are not necessarily attracted to the traditional ways of farming and agriculture practices, but with technology, it's an opportunity to be able to bring them into the sector. And Bruce spoke to this earlier about how only 25% of women, even though women are majority of the farmers, use digital technology. So we need to try to find a way with digital technologies to bridge the gender and the digital gender divide. And we're leveraging what's already happening, the fact that there's mobile technology penetration, mobile phone usage, internet connectivity across the continent. Actually, Africa is the fastest growing region in the world when it comes to the adoption of mobile phone usage and internet connectivity. But even though this is happening, there's still a lag, there's still a lag. You only have between 13 to 35% of farmers at some point have been exposed to or have used some sort of digital technology. So there is a big gap to close. And from this study, we also got to learn that when digital solutions are used, there's an opportunity to increase revenues. And this is cumulative for the continent between $2.5 to $5.5 billion. Now, this is not just revenue for farmers, but it's also revenue for governments in terms of foreign exchange returns. It's not moving. I'm going to try with this. Okay. All right. So this is a slide to just try to show us where the opportunity is. We're looking at two things here. One, we're looking at the sort of digital development continuum for African countries, countries where there is lower level of digital development. And, you would see that there are a few of them. And if you look at the context, they're usually those that are in conflict situations or post-conflict. So Eritrea, the Central African Republic, very close to that, Liberia. And then you'd have those on the high connectivity side where there's been a lot of investment in digital infrastructure, digital, telecom infrastructure that aids the use of internet and mobile penetration. There you have your Mauritius, Cape Verde, Gabon. Closer to that, you have Botswana. But majority of the African countries are really in this middle, where there is an opportunity to use not just low tech, but even starting to use more advanced technologies to deliver digital agriculture services. On the other hand, we have to think about what are these types of services and where do they sit along that continuum, because that's how we would know in what type of solution can we apply in what country. So if you're talking about Eritrea, for example, you would consider low-tech or nascent technologies, which may be simple SMS, or it could be radio, IVR, interactive voice and radio channels to be able to deliver digital climate advisory. But if you're looking at, for example, Mauritius, you can consider robotics already. I think even South Africa would come in that bucket. I don't see it on the graph, but South Africa would probably come in that bucket, where already you have large scale agribusiness farms and companies using very advanced technologies to improve the efficiency of their production. So this is just the context to show you where the opportunities sit, but it really depends on the level of digital development in the country. This slide just gives a quick overview. It was done by Brighter Bridges and did a quick assessment back in 2019. So I'm sure these numbers have been surpassed by now, about, not very clear, so we can't read on this side, but about the different ag tech solutions that are being deployed and implemented across Africa. And as at 2019, there were at least 280 different solutions. So what can we at the African Development Bank do? We're a bank, we provide financing and we provide technical assistance. I am in the public sector department of the bank. There's a private sector department. This flagship sits under the public sector arm of the bank. We really see an opportunity, and this was what I was trying to speak to earlier when there was a question online, about how we can leverage public sector resources, which are often concessional, meaning that they are lower cost to the government, to help bridge the gap in terms of access and utilization of these digital technologies for smallholder farmers. Let me give a quick context. It's not really on this slide, but I'm going to tell you a few things. Number one, ag tech solutions are created by young startup companies. These companies are often, they're private companies, right? Private companies, when they create products or services, they need a return on their investment. But what is the context of agriculture in Africa? The context is that 80% of the food we eat comes from smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers are what? They're mostly rural, they're remote, they are low income, and many times even may have lower levels of literacy, which means that they do not have the financial resources to be able to pay for these digital solutions that private companies have created. So how do you bridge that gap? That's where the bank's digital agriculture program is trying to leverage government's public sector resources that are lower cost to say, okay, what can we do to help reduce the cost of delivery of these services by private companies to our farmers? In South Africa, for example, there's a study that says about 45% 60% of agriculture actors use digital or data-driven technologies. But those 60% are actually large agribusinesses with 10,000 hectares where they can use automated irrigation services, where they are using GIS to track everything happening on their farms. They can afford these technologies. The smallholder in remote Mozambique cannot. So the bank has identified 3 ways where we think we can help lower the cost. Number one is in terms of the enabling policy environment, policy and infrastructure environment. So in terms of policy, let me just double check. Okay, so I'm going to go into it in the next slide. I'll just mention it high level. Number one is infrastructure and enabling policy. Second is in terms of capacity and digital upskilling. It's one thing to have the technologies, is another question for a farmer to be able to understand how to use and apply these technologies. So how can we also help build his capacity? On the government side, in terms of the ministries of agriculture, how can we help build the capacity of the decision makers, the policy makers, the project implementation units to be able to value these technologies, to be able to help ensure smooth implementation? And the third is really bringing these AgTech players that are creating these solutions and trying to help them think through, how can you find a business model that makes sense for you, but still at the same time will deliver the results and the impact that we want for the farmer? And this section over here, Bruce spoke to it a little bit earlier. It's just talking about, the challenges that we face to scale digital agriculture technologies, a lack of a good business environment, the maybe not very strong incubation acceleration ecosystems for local young indigenous entrepreneurs and engineers to create ag tech solutions that are local instead of importing from abroad, and then the capital required for these companies. So I'll go on to how, which is addressing what I just mentioned earlier, the entry points that we think we can use public sector resources to deliver public good interventions. The enabling environment I was trying to talk about, what would that entail? It would mean that from a high level, from a government level, from a policy level, governments design the agriculture strategies that are already identifying digital opportunities. So digital agriculture strategies for those countries. Another aspect is in terms of policies to ensure data governance. Now, I don't know if you've heard this, but data is the new gold, meaning if I have information on you as a person, where you live, what you do, how much you make from what you do, where you sell your products, this is like, think of the farmer. It means that I can design so much around you, I can target the kinds like what Facebook and Instagram does. By being on those sites and what you look at, it now can give you targeted adverts that are specifically unique to your interests. So same way with data from digital agriculture technologies, it really pulls information on who the farmer is, where he is located, what crops he produces, what type of soil he works with, if there is water around him, and with that whole profile, a bank, for example, can feel more comfort to be able to lend to him because they're like, okay, there's a prediction. If this is the kind of soil he works on, these are the seeds that he uses, this is what the output would be. And if this is what the output would be, this is how much the market will price it. So I know I can provide him financing. But in Africa, because digital is relatively new in the agriculture space, we don't have policies to ensure equity, data equity to protect these individuals whose data we are generating from digital solutions. So that's what part of what the bank can help countries do. Digital innovation teams is what I mentioned, setting up, building a capacity within ministries of agriculture to be able to implement, utilize, but also measure results that come from the use of digital solutions. The next part and this is a big part, this is where we plug into a lot of our projects, is what we call inclusive last mile connectors or middleware infrastructure. So we're not talking about digital infrastructure in terms of telecom towers or fiber optic cables. No, that's a different department of the bank that does that kind of heavy lifting on infra. We're talking about open and shared resources that databases, e-registries, where you can on a project, and we were trying to do it less on a project basis, but more on a national basis, set up e-registries that really build the digital profile of the farmer. But not just the profile of the farmer, but also e-registries and many of these already exist, so maybe even pulling from them that exist, profiles, platforms that give you the profile of soils. So like digital soil fertility mapping that can be used by fertilizer companies to better target the delivery of fertilizer, digital maps of water, scarcity and better water use efficiency and so on. So that's really a big part for us, is these platforms or e-registries of who the farmer is and the natural resources he works with. And then the third part about literacy, digital literacy, which I mentioned earlier. The fourth part, which is kind of a PPP type of arrangement, is where we want to bring in these ag tech companies to connect to these platforms or e-registries that we have helped governments set up through their projects, and be able to say, we've identified 4 main use case areas. First is advisory. I say big data platforms, but in simple terms, it's basically digital climate advisory services for smallholder farmers. So when you build the e-registry, you bring an ag tech player who can provide the service on advisory, or who can provide the technologies to be able to deliver the climate advisory. Another area that we are looking at is in terms of traceability and improving supply chain efficiency. And here we think blockchain really has an opportunity to do that. A third aspect is automating systems. So like your automated irrigation systems or your e-mechanization platforms, Uber for tractors, for example. And the fourth aspect is in terms of fintech solutions specifically for the agriculture sector. So I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go really quick. Bruce spoke to this earlier. We're partnering with GCA on the Africa Adaptation Accelerator Program to help scale the adoption of these digital climate advisory services across the continent. I'll speak a little bit about how we're implementing the flagship in this region. First of all, our roadmap, recognizing the different stages of digital development across the continent, we have categorized countries where we think we can have low-hanging fruit and those where maybe we might need some bit more work. So champion countries are those that are already advanced in the digital agenda, your Kenya, your Nigeria, your Ghana, South Africa, and so on. Mid-track countries, like I had shown earlier, a lot of them. And then the early startup countries, it would be based on demand. It would be very context-based, and would have to do some early sort of analytics to identify the entry point. Here in the Southern Africa region, the first map is showing where we are already trying to mainstream digital through our programs, PDAC Zambezi, and I know we have some colleagues from there, and the Eswatini, I can't pronounce the word, Wana agriculture program. These are the 2 projects where we're partnering with GCA to try to mainstream digital. But in the future, we're looking across Angola, Sao Tome for us is part of the Southern Africa region, our portfolio, Malawi, Mozambique, and so on. And just lastly, this is how we will do it with research and knowledge generation. So we develop, when we want to intervene in a certain country, we design what we call digital agriculture profiles. We've done that for South Africa, Rwanda, and Cote d'Ivoire. And right now we're working with GCA to do digital adaptation agriculture profiles, which is looking specifically at climate risk and then the digital solutions to address those climate risks in specific countries, Benin, I think Malawi, and maybe Tanzania. The enabling policy, so doing some research on what type of policies should we implement or help different governments put in place. Investments, that's the middleware infrastructure for advisory services and so on, the business models with private sector. And then capacity building, like I'd mentioned. Some of the partners we're working with are research institutes, other development finance institutions, but also private sector, the likes of your Microsoft, your Amazon, your telcos, Vodacom, and banks.
Oh,
So thank you
okay.
very much. And I look forward to your questions either now or later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think Kemi deserves a big applause because she only hit last night. She had to do this presentation. Stay on stage, please. One second. Yeah. So, you will see her again after lunch on the digital agriculture toolkit. I tried to push you a bit so that there's at least time for a question. And we start with online because there was one online question before I ask people to the floor. Paula, could you explain the online question? Okay, we're just struggling with getting noise.
Okay, thank you, Kemi. We have a question from Olive Chilenga from Harvest Hut, Malawi. To what extent is this project willing to include the smallholder farmer in order to indeed leverage from these mentioned capacities? This question is coming from an understanding that some of these policies in mention usually just benefit the large-scale farmer and not the smallholder farmer.
Well, like I said, should I take more questions and answer? Or I should go one after this?
No, you take this one because we're almost for lunchtime, and then I'll discuss with you if we can take some more after lunchtime. Okay. Yeah, because
Sure.
it's of the online. I have to really stick to time.
Okay, cool. So like I mentioned earlier, fundamentally, our target is smallholder farmers, not necessarily the large private agribusiness, because like I said, they can afford these services. Many of them can, large, big business. But to get to scale the adoption and utilization, because one thing to be exposed to is another thing to use it consistently on a long term. These digital solutions by smallholders. This is why we are leveraging public investment to deal with the underlying bottlenecks around infrastructure, around enabling policy environment, around shared and open middleware or e-registries, around digital literacy. Private companies are not going to pay to build the capacity of a smallholder farmer that pays for their digital, for their platform. They're not going to help the farmer necessarily learn how to use the platform. So this is where public resources can be utilized. So yes, our priority is smallholder farmers, and that's why we're using a public sector approach to reduce the cost of delivery for private services.
Thanks, that was very clear. We'll schedule in some time after lunch for some more questions, because it's now 12 o'clock. Online participants, see you back at 1 o'clock. For the participants here, I just have a few logistical things to mention. My staff has put on your tables a little note like this. If you please take that with you for your drinks at lunch. Then the other thing is that when you leave the room, let's first go to the swimming pool. We will make a group picture before you go for lunch. Yeah. And no, something else? Yeah. Okay. So there says a message. There's a Nissan MP200 with the number plate FN90YVGP. Is that one of ours, or because chances are little? But Nick, you don't have a Nissan, eh? No, you're not. Okay. So it's not. It's one of the other rooms, probably. Yeah. Sorry, then now I lost my thing. Yeah, okay, so we move to the swim. Oh, the translators want to say something? They're waving at me. Oh, it's their car. Oh, okay. So they will go to you please the translator, please go to reception then, that it's your car. Now I got it. I thought, why are they waving? So yeah, let's go to the lunchtime. But first a group picture at the swimming pool. 1 o'clock sharp. We start again with Femi on the African Development Digital Agriculture Toolkit and some questions on the previous presentation. Yeah, I don't have that phone. You didn't have, because they all put it on all seats. Okay, just ask my ladies who are sitting there. Yeah. Yeah. No, here, just here in front of the room. Yeah. Yeah. Is it not fallen down with it? Why? Why? Yeah, with the spade. Oh yeah, no, that will come. Or just push them. Oh yeah. Oh, I thought you were. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 I'm going to chase people to the pool. Yeah. Let's go to the pool, guys. You don't have to swim. So the mark, this mark, the neck is that one. Oh goodness! But your colleagues in Dingen, they don't check on the at least he's forcing that.
Hayi, uyabuya la kule meeting. Lokunye kuhle kuba nama-technical glitches. Ungaboni sifuna ulalele attentively kanzima kulale slide lapha. You can focus on the slide.
Lock nose giving you nightmares? Trust Affiliate and unlock it. Works fast in 25 seconds. Lasts long for up to 12 hours. Affiliate.
le kwa banya ba ba kwa le ntse ka fetsa ke mo kitane di go ke ka hello di tubu ke ga bo go le wa pe ho ne ja ba ke lo khuta market a tsara buku ke la ha ka no so da di tuno tinya ta ba ke tsa hana o tinya a be lo ta sa ke ko da te ne le go wa ke ka ta ta tula mo siba yo go ta wa pe ko di da ne go tsona makala ke ga ta le ko nna wa ka bo ne ka aka di mo ho no ke ko la da ba ma ke lo de mela dia nyela ke sa bi dia ta ma folla ke kwa ga ne ka ta go da tra ta bo sa be ma ha ba ka pe pa le metro club ke pa la ta ba ke ka le de ma hu ma wa ta ke ko kana pika le phulle ko le ta kwa ma ke ko le so ma kwa sa ma hu ta ka le sa ba le ko pa la le sa ba le ko wa nya me ke the la tu da kwa la mo man me shine la ko sa pa fu la le pa tu ka ba ga nya di fa ka ne ale pa ba le se le ni ala mo ta la sa la ma fi ke ko de bo ka ne le ko to ma la ta tu ten mo san kana ba su ku anda ta ka tum da ke pa ri mo si ko ta ko ta ta kana la dia pe ka bo ku be ka ti ka ha mo da ko ma ta ke ni ma ko ma ta sa ko ma mo da ta ra ko mo ko ta ma ten ki ta ba ku ta ni ha ji le de mo to na ma ta ki to ba ba ko ke ba ta se ko kan ke me ka ba ko ke fu be ka sa la le ke ni ka bo bo ke ba ta le ti ke ko le ko ni le ka ka se ko ta u mo mo ka ba ka ba ta ko se ke me ka ka ta ja le fu de ha ping mai ku ba ka pa ke ni ja ke ke ha ke me ka wa ta ba ko ti ke me ka wa ta ke le ma na ka ba ya ma se ne le ma se ke ta ke ne ke kala ta ke ta ye ka ko ba ka ta se wa ko ko ra ta ko le ka la ba le ho ke tu ko la fa ke mo de ale pa wa de pa ba ne le ta no na la de ba se kan bi te cha ke su ba ko te fu wa ma sa ba ga no ko la ke ko ka pi mo so ba ma no tu fu a ko ha ma
Today, you took Centrum and took one more step toward taking charge of your health. Centrum is a daily A to zinc multivitamin with 26 key nutrients to nourish your body. So every day, you can say you did it.
two, one, two. Two, one, two.
Hey, bana beso tswala nkante le shebe mane today. Bashana ba ba haida ba tshesana go. Ke ga ba etsang. Bana bona batho ba di bana ne re tla ja bana beso bane. Re ja di tsagalane tsena. Re tla boye. Hobane re dia le di khotsi di le hantle. Ao a ka nnete ntate Thabe. Ntate Thabe. Di sa pela ka di ka go shebe. Bashana ke bana ba tshesana go. Mbuze mmewaka mosadi ya moholo ka nnete o etse hantle o bue le bona bashanyana bana o ba kgalemele mme ka nnete ba seka ba senya ntlafatso. Ntlafatso ke dikgulo la diphoofolo mo diphoofolo di ntlafalang bo kgonang ho kutla le bona go kgona hore di ntlafala di phele ha monate di phele hantle. Mme mme wa ka nnete a ile mona o so ba betile ke a leboha mme wa ka ke ne ke rata go bo wetsele ntate se so ba le mogana wa bona a tla tlo ba kgalema motho mo batle ke ba utlwisisa hobane ke mogana e moholo mme nka ha bona o so bile le bona mme o ba jwetsitse ke a leboha mme wa ka motho mo batle ke ba utlwisisa ke a leboha bona ka ana ba le ke na nna ke a itshania terena ke a tsama ke a matsie nka ke sa iso I thought I had him about China Bada. You see my right to go Banabat, the Pumba, you know, tell him that this is a bit of you. What about happening men? It's a lot like a family. It's fine. Can the bunny, more solo. Hadis akan dicocokkan. Di hati kela, dia halang-halang sih. Kita lihat kalau dia halang-halang. Konsolnya tadi, ini dia di hati kela dia di bola. Kan, bukan Nela. Jadi bobo, cuan itu Mega zona, kita zona hobi. Ini kita sudah sana baka itu kita berarti. Zona sana ikan cepat. Ini ni di mana lo kita keban. Dia untuk jalan. Itu hanya. Karena kita nanti kalian, karena ni sana tak. Orang yang kerja kutu. Ikan hati kita. Mme wa ka ne ta ile mona so ba ke ya le bo mme wa ka sina jera da ko bo wetele nda se so ba ka le maka na bona ta to ba khalema mo jo mo ba te ke ba kusisa o ba ne ke mo kana e mo ngwe mpane nka ha dona o so bile de bona mme o ba dwetite ya le bo mme wa ka mo jo mo ba te ke ba kusisa ke le bo bona ka ana lwa de ke na nna ke a ikani a terena ke a tsama ke a matie nka ke sa iso ke bona ka mau a twa ka khalemela bathanyana bana e se makhulo a ithiwa ka ona go tsaona ona bana ba ke kopa gore ke bue le lona ke le phuta ke se se ke bue le lona le ba ha ke le mme ke tshwara thiba ka ba khaleng ke sang ka di bani go solo ka di sula ka di tsana di khatikela di khala tsi ke le a tswa go di khala go solo ka di mme di a di khatikela di a di bolaya ka gore o ka mmela bo te bo tswang o so mme ka gona ke tla gona go ke be tsa se sa bana ba ka ke go tlaba o tsona tsena di tla ntse fa di le nne di bona lo go ke ba nna le a nkutlwa hantle kana tsena ke tsamaya tsana le tsena tsa ka go bona ka re ya go tloa ke tla ha ke tota go ya bo ke tla go sina le go re go solo tsena ke tsang ka mo go tsitsi ka di tsaka ba di tswa ke ya le bo wa yo le kudi de ke package ya tsaba di lo tsa ba go patwa di lo ba tsisa gore go se ka di ke jalo ngwanaka ga le se ka di tsana ke di halala tsena di tlosa mme di tlosa ke tsa bonolo a tswa bona bo wa nnela go ba betsa photolo tsa gona di gona o ga tsama ke re moshanyana ka o so ta ja o ta monna ke ka bero mano le se di nkgono ai malona
Welcome to Conservation Music Malawi, a grouping of activists and artists in the field of environmental management. We have a song in commemoration of the World Rain Day. This song was sung by our ancestors when they were praying for rains whenever there were droughts. This song will be performed by Clifford and Collins. I am Zinja representing Conservation Music Malawi. Enjoy the song.
It's time to come together, find strength in one another. Oh, your sisters and your brothers, raise your voice up high. Take you there. Where the river overflows, where we all can watch you grow. We'll carry you home before it is forgotten. Let it be known. I miss the sweetness of the water where you before it is forgotten. That we can be fresh. For the day is apart.
Basenga boy.
Doesn't have to wasting time. You gotta sing this song together. Until that point time is down.
Take your hands from off of your face. There's no time for us to waste. It's time to come together, find strength in one another. Oh, your sisters and your brothers. Raise your voice up high. Take you there. Where the river overflows. Where we all can watch you grow. We'll carry you home. Forgotten, let it be known. I miss the sweetness of the water. Wait, you before it's forgotten. That we can be ready. For the day is apart.
See the plane. Quite a long song. Quite a long song. It is Theewaterskloof Dam. They're walking in the dam at the moment. At when Cape Town was running out of water 2 years ago. We're just waiting for Kemi to finalize her presentation. Do you have a while the music is playing, are there still questions for Kemi on the previous presentation? I want to check in the room. No, okay. So then we okay. There are no questions.
Doesn't have to wasting time. You gotta sing this song together. Until that time is now.
Okay. Yeah. While the presentation is loaded, people, you did a very good rain dance this morning somehow. Yeah, the photograph was going because there was rain at the swimming pool. We'll do another try tomorrow at lunchtime. Yeah. One big mistake I made in the morning. I forgot Namibia. And I got some complaints from Namibian participants, but the Namibian participants, can you please show your hands up who you are? I've just checked. There are no questions in the room for Kemi on the first presentation, and she changed some slides in the second presentation she given on the digital agriculture toolkit, which is now being uploaded, and then we get her up, but she's still in discussion. Wait, Kemi is going to present, so you can talk at lunchtime further. So we're getting her up on the screen. Yeah, Kemi. Yeah, I hope you didn't get this lunchtime. So she's now going to not present on what the African development is doing in terms of investment, but she's presenting this digital agriculture toolkit. Let's see what it is. And after that, we have the presentation of Dr. Nanja on bringing farmers into engaging with farmers to develop. Online participants, please give us a bit of time because we're trying to share the screen. Yeah, okay, I'll put them off again. Amy wants to present the.
Yeah, I think launch is one, isn't it? Oh, I was supposed to start at one. One, yeah. Oh, but it's after one already.
You can. You can still wait. After when she's about
Come back. Is it on? I guess it's okay.
No, you're not allowed to touch the laptop. Yeah. We're trying to avoid that it's going in bed again. Yeah. You just use the.
Okay, welcome back, everyone, and thank you for your time. I'm going to present what we've designed at the African Development Bank. It's a toolkit to help finance institutions and project implementers. So I want to be very clear about who the target audience is. It's not necessarily the smallholder farmer, unless they are part, of course, when they're part of the design, it also helps to be aware. But this is more of a toolkit to help design investment projects and to implement investment projects in a way that you are able to mainstream digital agriculture technologies within these projects. So we've designed jointly with FAO and IITA a digital agriculture toolkit. I'm going to also mention that it is not yet public. So this is just some excerpts from, it's a 198-page interactive document. And this is just some excerpts showing you what the content is and how it works. And when it's finally published, we will have training sessions across the continent on this toolkit. So the toolkit has four main parts: the introduction, the documentation, which is more about context and like background research work, the playbook, which is the actual toolkit, and then appendices for more reference to other digital agriculture resources. Oh, you said I shouldn't touch the laptop. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Still okay.
Holding this and I'm touching the laptop. Okay, so why a toolkit? We designed this toolkit to help digital agriculture interventions led by public sector, for them to, as I just explained, for public sector to be able to understand where are the entry points for digital solutions? What kind of questions do you ask to be able to guide you at the initial stage of identification, the further stages of preparation and appraisal when designing the project, during implementation, and also post-implementation when you're trying to measure and evaluate the impact. Like I said, the content is created specifically for development finance institutions and project task managers, including implementation task managers on the ground. It takes a value chain and ecosystem approach. So it's not just about how to mainstream digital into the crop value chain, but it also gives insights on how to do that for livestock and for fisheries. We do have plans to look at that in forestry and also to create a toolkit for specifically on digital solutions for climate adaptation. In terms of the ecosystem approach, it looks at not just the technologies, it looks at what enabling environment policies and what infrastructure may be required to bring these technologies on board. So this page is just showing high level the different aspects of the toolkit. The context, documentation, which talks about the context, the trends of digital agriculture, and then it gives even examples, deep diving on specific examples of where digital solutions have been implemented in different countries and with different types of partners. And then the modules which I mentioned for identification, for preparation, appraisal, M&E, and after that, evaluating the project. So just quickly, I'll show you some examples of context. I want to take a look to see if it's clear. Okay, you can read. All right, it's not too bad. As I and Bruce had shared earlier, when designing or mainstreaming digital solutions, data-driven solutions in our investment projects, there are some fundamentals that we need to look at. Infrastructure, in terms of, here we call it the agriculture data, what I was talking about, the e-farmer registries, the soil maps, the weather maps, pest and disease surveillance, things like that. You also need some hardware. We're not talking necessarily about like telco towers or fiber optic cables, but you can use sensors on farms to improve the information around water usage. You can use drones, which is hardware infrastructure, to be able to track progress of production. And then there's also the software part, which has to do with, of course, all the back end, the platforms where all the information is being stored, where it's being analyzed, and it's also being gathered for predictability. So there's the infrastructure part. And in terms of context, what we also shared earlier, the different types of use cases. How do you use these digital solutions and where do you apply it? For advisory services, market linkages, financial access, supply chain management, intelligence in terms of planning, and then, automated systems like smart agriculture. So although the slides are quite dense, I'm not going to speak to everything on the slides because it's a lot. I just try to pick out the key solutions. The toolkit pays specific attention to climate smart agriculture, and it does give some examples of different ag tech companies that are applying these digital solutions for different use cases with regard to improving climate resilience or trying to encourage climate smart agriculture. So for example, we have Digital Green. Don't know if anybody has heard of them or worked with them before. They're mostly in East Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, and they use really low-tech solutions to deliver climate smart agriculture advisory to farmers. So we're talking about SMS, we're talking about voice and radio solutions. Another example I'd give is on market linkages. There's a company called DigiFarm that helps farmers connect to markets, but they do this by providing information on soil testing and aggregating their produce on the platform, so that from the level of soil testing, they know they're able to connect input suppliers to the farmers, but also when the produce is harvested, they're able to connect them to buyers. So it's not just most times we hear about all these e-commerce platforms that connect the farmer and their produce just to the buyer, but DigiFarm is actually doing it both ways. They're connecting at the production stage, the farmers to input suppliers to be able to purchase the inputs, but at the end, when their produce is there, to smallholder, to markets for their produce. The toolkit also talks about some of the trends and the challenges. Earlier, we had talked about how only a maximum of about 35% of African farmers are using digital solutions. But the question is why are they not using digital solutions? What are those barriers to adoption, and what kind of recommendations can we think of to improve that adoption? So, some of the things I talked earlier, farmers are low income, they're rural, they can't afford these services. There's also, sometimes they're exposed to these technologies, but they're not able to keep using them long term because of low levels of digital literacy. In some places, yes, there is limited internet access. And so what the toolkit talks about, what kind of recommendations, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of, increasing public sector investment in the enabling policy environment, some of that middleware infrastructure, trainings to improve digital literacy, and so on. The cool toolkit provides a bit of what we call deep dives. So you see, it looks at the different digital use cases, and it gives examples. These are clickable links in the toolkit where you'd be able to click on, for example, an example of agriculture insurance, and it'll take you to maybe a company that provides agriculture insurance, or a case study that shows you more details. And one of the things that when we were preparing this toolkit, we got to understand is that you want to avoid a situation where a farmer has such duplicity of technologies coming at him. Someone who's coming with just, say, advisory service, and another company that does the markets, or another company that does insurance. A way forward is to bundle these solutions. And so the toolkit tries to give these examples of how to bundle, where it's one product, but that product could have advisory, it could have soil testing, which then links to fertilizer supply, which then links to insurance, which then links to financing, which then links to markets. So as much as possible, the way forward is to bundle. And the toolkit tries to share some examples of this. It also shows some of the drivers and the different types of bundling. So what the toolkit gives, it's kind of like giving an option to people designing these projects. Which way do you want to go? Could you look at how a telecommunication company in the country can be the one to bundle the services, or should it be an agribusiness company? And I'll show you examples in the next slide. Should it be a bank? Because that's possible, or could it be the government? And there are actual examples where this has happened. The toolkit gives those examples, and again, links to go and explore more. So in Kenya, Safaricom, which is a leading telco, set up DigiFarm, and through because M-Pesa exists in Kenya, right? I don't know if you're familiar with M-Pesa, but M-Pesa is a mobile money payment system where you're able to pay for everything from your taxi to your medical bills to sending money to your family in the village, just through your phone credit. So using that, they were able to use the DigiFarm, which is linked to all Safaricom users as well as M-Pesa users to be able to connect different types of services. An agribusiness-led one is happening in Nigeria, where Flour Mills, which is an agribusiness company, is a private agribusiness company, has developed a platform to connect farmers to information around inputs for cereals and grains, and then connect banks to that. So that's an example where the private sector agribusiness company is leading the bundled solution. You have other examples from banks. Stanbic Bank in Uganda has One Farm, and One Farm does very similar. It connects agro inputs dealers. It's sort of like ring fencing everyone that is connected with production and financing. So if inputs are to be provided to the farmer, and say a government project is going to pay for those inputs, the payment will go to the input supplier. The input supplier will get it through the bank, not directly to the farmer. Insurance is connected to it, and because you already know how you can predict how much volume should come because of the inputs being used, markets are predictable. And then you have government-led bundle solutions in Kenya, where the research, the National Research KALRO, the Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, has created a platform. And I'll show that example, using that example as a case study at the end of the presentation. So yeah, so the toolkit, sort of gives these deep dives and context. This is just more to educate ourselves on what exists, different examples of practically where different types of solutions are being used either as a standalone solution or as a bundled solution. And earlier I talked about, some of these enablers that we require, the infrastructure, business ecosystem, and so on. So I won't go into detail here. Now, the toolkit itself, or the playbook, these are the different modules where individuals, financial institutions, but also implementers will be trained. Will help you understand, it will help you understand how do you identify the needs of a country to be able to mainstream digital. What are the opportunities when you are at identification, preparation, and appraisal stage? And then how do you assess the economic and social, environmental, feasibility of the choice of the digital solution? How do you monitor and evaluate? And at the end, how do you also do post-completion evaluation? So these are, the toolkit gives you a list of questions to ask at the different stages of the project cycle. And I won't go through the questions, but this is just an example of what it looks like. Excuse me. So it looks at, this is, for example, the digital solutions for crop value chain. We have, if you look in that corner up there, it's crop, there's livestock and fisheries, but I only took some excerpts from the crop section. So the toolkits will show you, if you are trying to address advisory issues, that is around extension, what kind of digital or data-driven solutions exist for advisory, and where along the crop value chain could they be relevant? Of course, we're talking about extension, so it's going to be relevant mostly around pre-production and production areas. What kind of solutions exist for financial access? Are there digital agri-wallets that we can incorporate into the design? What type of index-based solution can we create for the design of a specific project? Those are just examples. Again, here just shows you the different use cases and the examples of where digital solutions can be applied, or the type of digital solutions that can be applied. And then the module also looks at, apart from the investment part, that is the capital for the hardware or the software, what other broader ecosystem support would you need? What kind of technical assistance should you embed in the design of the project. So it guides you on where are the opportunities in terms of who to talk to, and it gives you examples like in that place where you can connect to examples from, other countries. When it comes to appraisal, this is just an excerpt from module 3, which is on assessing like the financial feasibility. It gives questions that you should ask yourself when you're designing these projects. So for example, what are the costs? What could be variable costs? What are the fixed costs? If we set up an e-registry for farmers, what is the fixed cost around that? But how much more will we still need to maintain this registry? How much could we potentially need for onboarding of the farmers? How much could we potentially need for training of the farmers? Because when you ask these right questions, then you're able to also identify how you can ensure sustainability of the D4Ag system within your project beyond the public sector financing and after the project ends. Similarly, for monitoring and evaluation, it lays out a sort of guiding steps to how you can be able to consistently monitor the impact of the use of these technologies, including the questions, some of the questions, and these are just the questions were more. I just cut them so that it's bigger on the screen, but the questions are there on what questions to ask yourself as a designer or as an implementer. Similarly, at the end of the project life, you want to look back at the project and see, was it relevant? Was it effective? Was it efficient in terms of time, human resource cost? Is it sustainable? And the kinds of questions to ask around that. And the appendix part is quite lengthy. It really gives a lot of case studies. It also gives some guidance on, how do you apply D4Ag in fragile and conflict contexts. It has a link to a vendors database that is a list of ag tech service providers and so on. And I'll just end with 2 cases, which the toolkit also provides a lot of details. Actually, for this case, there are about, I think, 4 or 5 pages of information, but I'm only showing one, which is KALRO with the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. And it shows you how, like the schematic of how they've set up their bundled platform. Now you would think, why is a research organization involved in delivering digital solutions, and how are they able to do it? They are the originators or the creators of agricultural technologies, and I'm talking about production technologies in terms of seeds, improved seeds and varieties. But because they're at the heart of the sector, they are able to provide information on good agriculture practices. They are able to provide information on quality seeds, and they are able to then, using that, I'll try in 2 minutes to finish this. Using all of that information, they were able to bring together different ag tech players to be able to translate the technical knowledge and information that they have generated at the research center into advisory content, for example. And then that's delivered. And because they were providing that right type of content, they were able to also work with ag tech companies that help deliver extension services. It became a whole ecosystem. So this is an example from KALRO. And another example is Viamo, which is and it's also, they also provide e-advisory services, but they were specifically focusing on weather forecast and using low-tech solutions. So in the case of KALRO, it was a range of solutions, not just low-tech, but it was also like smartphones, apps, and But with Viamo, they were using specifically low tech, and they were leveraging on a telco company, a telecoms company, to be able to deliver the service. So these are just some examples that the toolkit provides. I mean, it's a very vast and lengthy, a lot of information. So I can't quite summarize everything in these 20 minutes or less that I got. But yeah, so that's the toolkit, and our intention is to, once we have it published and made into an interactive online open source website, is to then organize trainings, particularly for PIUs, project implementation units, in countries where we have digital solutions mainstreamed in our projects or where we plan to, and also to translate into French. Yes, about half of the continent. Thank you.
Thanks, Kemi. Oh, sorry, I'm in an echo. Thanks very much. He's the next presenter. I hope it's maybe also in Portuguese for those online in Portuguese. I left some time for questions. That's why I was pushing you. Yeah. Paula has a question online. People from the audience, I'm sure you have questions to Kemi. It can even be about the previous presentation. There's still 7 minutes left, 6 minutes left. Please come to the mic and present your question.
Thank you. So I have another question from Alif Chilenga from Harvest Hut Malawi. Are the input loans offered to these agro dealers characterized by competitive interest rates? And do they exhibit accessibility and flexibility in catering to the needs of farmers? And do they exhibit accessibility and flexibility in catering to the needs of farmers?
I got you right. The first question is the cost of capital of the loans for the input providers, if it's affordable and competitive. And second is
flexibility and
to the needs of the farmers.
Yeah, flexibility to the needs of
the needs of the farmers. Okay. This colleague online is always asking a question around the farmers. I want you to understand that the way everything is designed, the primary beneficiary is the smallholder farmer. That's the primary target when we are designing these interventions. So then I'll go back to the first question, which is on the pricing. I would say, to be honest, these are just examples, right? The idea is, and unless I go and look at a specific case, I can't say what the specific pricing was. But the idea is that when a financial institution has visibility on who a farmer is and what he's able to produce, and if he has a secure market in terms of an off-taker arrangement, it really does help to bring down the cost of lending to that farmer, because you have a credit profile. Just think of when we as individuals go to banks, we all have credit profiles, right? And who we are, what we do will then affect the cost of the loan to us. Yes, there's a standard base interest rate, but especially when you're doing business, there's always a premium, risk premium added to the cost of lending. So the idea is that with digital solutions, we're able to have a clearer profile of who the farmer is and what his potential, like economic output, can be from his production. And because of that clear credit profile, or ring fencing also to input suppliers, to buyers, and so on, that should help bring down the cost of lending from the banks to these farmers. So that would be my answer to that question.
This is clearly a banker talking now. I'm echoing again. Please, there's still a question from the floor. Come and pose your question here.
Thank you.
Just your name and organization.
I am Sarafia Ashbara from Namibia. I'm working for the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform. My question, sorry if I missed maybe there's something from the presenter. Mine is that based on that one, there is a need to translate it to French. Mine is, as we said, that this toolkit is more aimed for the small scale holder, where now we are, as African, we are being challenged by most of the small scale farmers. They are not really into this language, English, French, and others. Is the toolkit having an option to be adjusted to the vernacular language? Thank you. Oh, sorry, I was a bit fast for that.
Yes, I did. So it's the target audience for the toolkits is not necessarily directly the farmer. It's about how we in this room can mainstream or integrate digital technologies into the projects that we implement for the farmer. So the user, the primary user is going to be us, Ministry of Agriculture, research institutions, banks like ourselves, AFDB, World Bank, FAO, IFAD, so on, to guide us on what are the right questions we should ask, who are the players we should bring around the table, what kind of interventions and technologies should we be bringing to be able to achieve different objectives within various value chains, crop, livestock, fisheries, using digital technologies. So it's for us on how we design and how we implement these digital agriculture based projects, kind of. I don't know if I hope that's clear to you. So in terms of language, we will be keeping it in, for the bank that we have 2 official languages, English and French. But it can, of course, it can be, some of the lessons can be drawn and I guess maybe translated into local languages, depending on the country context. But the primary users, the primary audience is at the policy and implementation level, policy, project management and implementation level.
Thanks very much, Kemi. While Dr. Nanya is coming to stage, one simple question. Do you know about when it will be out for the public?
No. So it's actually been, it's been a few, it's been a while since we've designed it. It's a very complex document. It's 198 pages. It's various aspects, very interactive. So we are at the bank trying to raise some money to be able to, translate it. But also there are 2 other partners, so we can't do that alone. We also need their readiness and buy-in to be able to publish the document.
Okay, so be patient.
Yes, that's the pick. That's the.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah. Now I'm honored to introduce Dr. Durton Nanja. Dr. Durton Nanja is Principal Consultant of Climate Field Services based in Livingstone, Zambia. He is an agrometeorologist and he's going to talk to us about engagement of smallholder farmers in digital climate advisory services. Some of the projects he did as a consultant is the support for participatory action research in climate change adaptation and strengthening climate resilience of smallholder farmers, both in Zambia. But for example, he's also been the principal researcher of comparing Zambian and Chinese early warning systems on droughts. And he worked before also for the Zambian meteorological services. So he has a very interesting background, and I've seen his presentation, also very interesting presentation. And all the best to you, Dr. Nanja, in presenting it.
This is the light. That's the light.
Thank you and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Marieke, for the introduction. I'll be discussing with you on the subject engaging smallholder farmers in evaluating the co-development of DCAS. To do that discussion, there I have some few questions or lead questions that will be able to guide us. This has to do with the how agrometeorology is being perceived by our smallholder farmers. Remember, agrometeorology and climate information services is the information that we must feed into the DCAS program, and also how does this depend in the way this message is presented to the smallholder farmers. Additionally, we have to look at how DCAS can be improved by evaluating their design with the farmers. And also the last question has to do something which has to do with legitimacy, how to build legitimacy and trust with the smallholder farmers. Right. To deal with the first question to help us in the discussion, how this information is being perceived. For me, it begins to shed a bit of concern and worry, because when you consider all the much work that is taking place in the field of agrometeorology, areas of forecasting, working up with the farmers and so forth, and compare with what actually is happening on the ground, it leads a lot of questions. Are we doing the right thing? What is missing in the background? And hence, I have the question that I must be able to ask onto you here is, do farmers really need the weather information? You see, so much work. I hope we're on course. The next slide. Right, thank you. So it's a question that we actually have to ask, and you wonder, as workers in the service organization, do really farmers need the weather information? What is happening, right? Yeah, maybe here, thank you so much. I would request that you show the red green card if the farmers say yes. Oh, this is good. And how many are saying no, farmers don't need? I can see more green. Okay, right.
So now she will read what the online.
Right. Thank you so much. Only green. So given that understanding that farmers need the weather information, but we must follow and see whether it is what is actually working on together with what we are trying to get onto. Right.
Is to ask, can farmers use it? Wait, just go back. Yeah? So there's one is, and the second one is, can they use it? That was your
right.
question. Yeah. So just go one further.
I think it's not there.
No, it wasn't there. I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
This one.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maria.
It's online also the same question. The question, it's again the same colors. Yes for green, red for no, and not sure is yellow.
So
yeah,
since the farmers need the information, the question that actually, can they use it?
For them to answer, then
right. Let's see the answer question. We are seeing the green, and we are seeing the yellows, a good number of them, and we are seeing some good ready over there. Right.
And so what is the Mentimeter saying? Okay, 50-50. Okay.
So we're saying the farmers need it in question number one. And on the other one, they can't use it, 50-50. The others can use it. So what does this mean? This is the information that we must help farmers. This information really is meant to help farmers. So it entails, we have a lot of work to do All right, we have a lot of work to do. Why asking this question? You see, I'll give you an example of the Zambia Meteorological Department. The issue originates the seasonal climate forecast, right? And when they do that one, they send it to the general public, they send it to the radio station, they send the televisions, lead farmers, and all the extension stuff that must actually engage with a smallholder farmer. And that happens using the SMSs, the WhatsApps. For us in the Zambia, we have the weather and stakeholders platform for the WhatsApp. And they actually hold live television broadcasting. And even on the radios, the messages is live. It is as news item. And people come and discuss on the radio and on the television. So even sending it through the email. So all that is meant to increase the resilience of the smallholder farmer, right? So much work, and all that is aimed at increasing the resilience of the smallholder farmer. But something is cropping that we have to ask. We see that despite all this kind of work taking place, the vulnerability of the smallholder farmer is something that leads us to worrying. And hence we start wondering, why are smallholder farmers so vulnerable in the midst of all the climate, amidst of all the meteorological information? Why are they so vulnerable? They need the information. Can they use it? Yes, they can use it, but you send it in all various forms, but then they are so vulnerable to climate change. The question is, why are they so vulnerable? So that leads us something to worry about as a scientist, as an organization that must be working with the smallholder farmer. Either something is not going on very well. So we have to be thinking of a number of things that are coming up there. For those who are saying they need it, yes, probably there are some that are using it, but for the others that are not using it, what then are they relying on? Okay, if they are not using our information, what are they relying on? One of the non-information that actually is there is the indigenous knowledge. For the farmers, they depend on the indigenous knowledge. And so we have to start wondering, are they relying on the indigenous knowledge more or on our forecast? So those are the things that, but remember, if they are not using it, then we have more work that we must start to do. Now, giving an example of what information farmers need in the decision making, the example of the Zambian part, we realize that the first thing that the farmers look for home is resources, right? They want to have the money. Where is the money? And when they have gotten the money, that's when probably they go and get the fertilizer, they got the input that they actually want to use for that particular season. And generally for the inputs they buy towards this month of October, they buy. Generally, again, when we come to the secondly, the seasonal weather forecast, this one is issued to the general public about September. And this is released on television and it is given up there. Remember a month earlier, farmers were demanding that they needed the information much earlier, and it is released to the public much earlier. And they get when they get the money, the farmers in October, they buy. Now, where is the forecast position at that time? The forecast was given already a month ago on the television, on radios and everything. When the farmers get the money now, do they look for where the forecast is? Generally, no, they don't. Some years do so because we have, can they use it 50-50? Right. And they don't. Yes, they remember the vulnerability is the end result. Some they don't, some they actually use it. So given this lesson that they would use it for choosing cultivars and all that kind of thing, which is some good example that we can be able to learn. What are the things that we can start to look at then? Their perception could be dependent on whether these farmers were taught regarding agro-meteorological information. How many of us were with the farmers, or we just talk in abstract, or we are talking to ourselves? I'll give you an example. We were in the field in Monze 2007, I think Prof. Su enjoys this example. And we were discussing with the farmers regarding using the radios, SMSs, direct interaction with the farmers. Remember, I was doing my studies and I was very careful that this message was reaching the farmers. When we left the field and went back to our home, behind what the farmers were talking, who is Deton? Do you know him? What background does he come? Where does he come from? Is he your God? Imagine the information was saying we are going to have a difficult year. Flooding was going to actually take place that year. But the farmers, the elderly people were asking those questions. Lo and behold, the information that very year, it rained cats and dogs, and there was flooding and people lost their crops. And that's when the credibility of Deton, who they never knew, started to shape up. They were not taught about agrometeorology before. So if we are to think about agrometeorology perception by farmer, perception of farmer on agrometeorology, the question we must ask yourselves is, how have we taught them, or we have not done our homework? Do they have the experience of doing that? They may definitely not have the experience. We went on one time and we were doing up some research field trials. And we did all supplied all what researchers could give to all this and discuss the weather and information. When we went back home behind the farmers, all the inputs that we actually, especially the fertilizer, they put them aside, forgot about it. And when we went for monitoring, we looked at the crop, we said, oh, no, come on, this crop appears not to have any ammonium nitrate in it. Where did you put the fertilizer? No, I said, no, can you explain very well? The gentleman, after quizzing him, he says, yeah, we don't use it ourselves. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, we wasted our time, money, resources, and everything. Being deceived, everything was going on well. Remember, we are dealing with a situation of vulnerability to climate change. For how long have we been doing this one? I hope we are changing. We will be more honest to what we are doing. Thank you, ADB and the GCA, for pumping in the money. But will the money be landing into people that will not be so honest enough? Let us change. Either we are doing something wrong in the way we are engaging with the farmers. Right. In another aspect, what we realize, there is a book that Mafongoe and Ajay wrote in 2017. In this very book, I contributed chapter 14 on indigenous knowledge in weather and seasonal rainfall prediction in Zambia. What I actually discovered there is indigenous knowledge has been used more by the older generation. So they believe in it more, right? They believe than the modern forecasting knowledge. They believe more in that. So we have a bit of some homework. The people we are trying to save, they believe, their hard drive, their trust is in the indigenous knowledge. And we are trying to bring in this kind of information, and we have not taught them so much so well. What then do we have to do? Well, it's a good thing we have DCAS now. That should be able to help to increase. Remember, there is a teaching for somebody to understand what we are trying to drive on. And DCAS would help us to be able to teach our people. So DCAS would help to improve their views now. When we look at the young generation, they are more exposed to the scientific system. They have the phones and all that kind of, they like all the apps thing. They are a more receptive audience. And now they are born today. The IK of many times of yesterday is almost fading away for the older people, though they are still controlling. By the way, I'm also in the old time, but I'm not dying 2 years from now. Okay, so you must still work with me as a smallholder farmer, even if the younger generation may still be there. So let's take both of them, the two sets, the older generation and the younger generation. Those who are believing in IK, let's see how we can blend the two together. All right, so we have an opportunity there for them to use the digital tools to reach the young one, but we also have the digital tools to reach the older generation. Does it depend on the way the message is presented, right? Which mode do farmers right? The way the message is being presented. I want to get up to this question also again. Which mode of dissemination do farmers in your country prefer?
The colors were forgotten. Let's make radio green, television red, apps yellow, and person-to-person blue.
Right.
So red, green, red, yellow, blue. So there's, oh, it's amazing.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see the cards come up.
Yeah.
This is very important. Remember, we are not going to use any other modes apart from these that are you prefer in your country. It's essential.
Yeah.
Right.
So just summarize what you see.
Yeah.
The colors.
I'm seeing, well, green appears to be a little bit on the higher side. I'm seeing blue, and then with some red up in there.
Yeah. So it's mainly radio, and then a little bit of the television. No apps actually. And also a lot of person-to-person. Oh, there's one app person.
Another, yeah,
oh, that's the app developer, isn't it? We'll see him later.
So this is helping us because if they prefer this mode, then it is good for scientists, organization to use that mode because we'll be teaching through those kind of mode. Otherwise, we'll be talking to ourselves. Right. Generally, we are communicating the climate information through TV, radio, and through the WhatsApp. Right. The three of them, television, radio, and the WhatsApp. Televisions are quite good, yes. But how many of our targeted smallholder farmers have the television? Right? I'll tell you. Remember, dealing smallholder farmers who cannot afford. Thank you from Namibia. They said that one.
Yeah.
Not all of them are able to afford, and because of that, because their contribution is vital to our development, we need their input on the ground. So not all of them do have what. Remember our target group. They don't have the television, and when we talk to the television, mostly we don't use the language that we talk to them. There was that complaint about the language. Given that foregoing, then mostly on television, we are talking to ourselves. Hello? We are talking to ourselves as scientists. No, I was very good. I appeared very well on television, but talking to yourself, not reaching to the smallholder farmer. The radio, look at the cards that were there for them. I say the radios are actually the more receptive mode for them to reach them, and we go on television. If there is need to remember, there is vulnerability to climate change amongst there, no matter what we are doing. To change that one, then we must now go to the radio and make good use of them. All right, the other thing is the SMS. We need to actually use them. The SMS are targeted to the individual in the language of the farmer. How do you talk to somebody in Ndebele who is the Swana? No, you talk to them on an SMS, give them what they want. So that's the goodness of the use of the SMS. They can transfer it to another Ndebele, to another Shona, to another Tonga, and all that kind of thing. So let's use the modes that are necessary to them. And the community, nowadays I'm seeing the telephones that are actually coming up in there. That was a very good scenario that is actually coming. Nearly almost everybody is having hello, hello, hello. Let us hello to them about the weather and information. Then they'll get the information. Okay. Right. How can DCAS be improved by evaluating their design and delivery? Rather than the question there. Right. Do you think farmers in your country can make a contribution to improve DCAS? We're talking of improving DCAS. Can the farmers in your country improve on make a contribution to DCAS? Can that be so? Right?
Green, yes. Red,
Green, yes.
no. Yellow, not sure.
Farmers making a contribution. Oh, I can see greens and yellows.
Yeah.
Coming there almost, though the greens appear to be a little bit on the higher side, but we still have yellow. And when it is yellow, it gives us a concern.
Paula, can we have your summary of what the online participants are saying?
Sure. So for the last question, the highest votes for the radio, and the second one was person to person.
Okay.
And for these ones, we only have yeses.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot.
You stuck with that something on the contribution. That is it?
She already mentioned the last one. This question is mainly green.
But what are you trying to, so you're trying to
So
find the maximum
how to make
between
DCAS, how can
council-
DCAS be improved? Right, by evaluating. So we're talking of smallholders should be engaged in the evaluation of the message by the
And you're trying to
delivery. And when you're
compare
talking
them
of
to
the
this one's
delivery,
larger than that
it is the
one.
smallholder farmers, they must be
But
engaged to say,
how do
when
you
we
do
go
that?
to Mpumalanga,
So
when we go to Eswatini, how do we want to do it? They want it in that way. So we must follow
So you're
what
trying
the
to compare
farmers
the overall
want in the
values
delivery. The
or
only way,
or-
do it in the way, otherwise that message won't reach them. So they must be involved in the delivery system. So improve the dissemination of delivery of the message. I'm on the bicycle, I'm on the bus, I'm on the plane, and you are talking to me on the on television during the
And
whole
you're
day.
trying to
Oh man,
say
come on,
which
you are
one
missing
is
me. Talk to me
bigger.
at night. They are tired and they get back in their homes. And when they are in their homes, oh, they can now say they want to relax. That's the right time to target them. You can reach them in either of those kind of things. The other interesting thing, in my experience in the field of work, I found that role playing actually take a factor. When you are tired, when you are tired as a farmer, we are hard workers, you know. When you are tired as a farmer, you sit in the, you need something to relax you, and the role play to relax you. So scientists use the role play, communicate your weather information in there. So that's a very good thing. So use the radio listening club. The radio listening club is an organized form of farmers discuss together on the radio. That's a very good thing. Right? We'll talk a little bit more on that one. So let's use on that one. Then you can also use maps about the weather. They will learn more of those kind of things. I added in one little part here on application and testing. There are poor farmers. They need a platform where they can test the weather application. Give them a little field, give them something. I'm planning something big myself, what they should do from this project here. But I give them something in your country that is actually going to help to improve the DCAS in that way. In here, I want to discuss something about building legitimacy. Remember, we are talking about the information, 50-50. Nobody's believing and said, who is this Deton? But let us build about credibility. We want them to use the information. Farmer participation is there for cardinal. Where do they really participate? Now, we must change the scenario. The farmers must be the leaders because they are the farmers. When we go for meetings, they must be the chairman and the chair ladies. They must be the secretaries and the financials. And you as a professor, you as a consultant, as an NGO, you must be in the back. Remember, you are a service provider. That's very important. They must play their contribution. The participatory role, they lead them. I was discussing up with somebody. He says, no matter how rich you are, when you come to my funeral, please, it's me who will tell you where to bury the dead. I will tell you where to buy it, but it's you to buy the coffin because I'm poor. Now, the funeral of poverty and everything is the farmers. Let us not engage ourselves into that whole kind of lead. Let them allow to participate, even in the design of the message. Okay, designing the message, recording the messages that must reach into the DCAS, the radios, the television, the farmers. Here I have got Mosley. When I was doing my study works here, I was engaging the community so that they can get their name, their voices into the radio station. Their friends can hear their fellow friend. After all, they have more credibility in them than for me. So this was sharing farmer participation in the production of the message, in the delivery of the message. Right? So they share their experiences. So they also one good thing to allow the farmers to do the phone-in design program because you have the money. Design programs where they can participate and do the phoning in. I've talked about the radio listening club here. And after all, what is it that farmers need now? We have realized that whether your information is modern forecasting and whether it is IK, it is not helping them in any way because we are seeing vulnerability. All right? So now let us try a combination of information, modern science and what? And IK, put them together. Remember their drive is having something there. And you must add something into them. Compare the two. Scientists, please. We can help you if in case you don't know how to combine these sciences. IK is an observation. Indigenous modern science is also observation, all right? Use the IK to be able to use the modern science to explain with the AK that this one is like this, it translates like this one into modern science. That's all you need to do. We can be able to help, and the farmers, they will use our information. So it is an integrated consensus forecast. We make consensus amongst our fellow scientists using CMS, ECMF, and all the other products and models. No, that's not consensus. Consensus is with the farmers, not with ourselves, because the information must go to the farmer. So they must bring their knowledge. We must get ours. It's a consensus must be with the farmers, and then we should be able to give it to them. Then they will use it. That is what we call consensus. Right, in communication, what actually can happen is, in a radio listening club, it's an organized way where farmers organize themselves at the local places. They organize themselves, they are listening to the radios, and what actually now happens is they will send their IK forecast to climate field services, for example. And climate field services will give it to National Meteorological Services. The people are saying it is going to be an El Nino year because of what they have seen. Give it to the meteorological department. Meteorological department, they'll look at, and they're also the other model. Does it translate into an El Nino as the farmer? Then we can be able to translate it, make up an integrated forecast, which we send back using the DCAS system the way it is actually going to be. And the farmer will also disseminate it amongst them because it has actually that contribution from them. The farmers will be able to believe in it, and they will use it as and they'll provide the feedback. What is it that we are picking up from this discussion? We're saying agrometeorological and climate information has less credibility with the older generation. And they believe more in IK as with the young generation, right? Use of information depends on the way the message is communicated. Better to use farmer preferred modes, okay? And then we are talking about engaging farmers in the evaluation of the messages, in the delivery at the right time, and also giving it a testing opportunity. Farmers' perception in production, farmers' participation in production through to dissemination. Through to dissemination to the farmers, it will be able to promote legitimacy and trust of our contemporary modern agrometeorological climatological information. I rest my case. Thank you so much.
Durton, you had a challenge because they call it the graveyard shift after lunch, but I think everybody is energized again. And I'm sure in a few years' time, when people, nobody will ask who is Durton. Everybody knows Durton, yeah, on DCAS. We have time still for a few questions. Okay, okay. I had promised you some extra time, so come to the mic and ask your question as a comment. Okay. Oh yeah, or you can get the mic here also if you can't get up. Yeah. Yeah. Can you already move to the mic? Then you get the next one. Do I have online questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Nanja. You are spot on.
It's not working, the mic. Okay, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Nanja. You are really spot on. The problem with our system is the farmers are always on the raw end. The farmers don't get information, direct information. What happens is there's always the middleman, the extension office. And the extension office, in our case, in most cases, they are not effective because they've got nothing to lose. The farmer organizations are there to represent their members. And the farmer organizations are always very on the participatory role. They are always there, honest to their farmers. Now, the participatory role.
That's very important. You raised something very important that we've been talking about. And I don't think anybody was listening except you, of course. So we've said it, we tried it, it worked. And everybody was like stunned after it worked because the farmers themselves know what they want. And the farmers should not, the mistake that we do as the governing body, the desk officers, is they look at farmers as just farmers. Farmers are business people. So business people know exactly what they want. So please, can we go back to the drawing board and involve the farmers and engage the farmers directly through their farmer organizations? That will work for the system. If we don't do that, we'll come for meetings, and nothing will happen. Thank you very much.
So she wants to cut out the middleman of extension officers and deal directly. What is your comment on that?
One thing, remember, we are taking a revolution. We must start afresh. What we have been doing all along has not yielded what we have been looking for. Not all field officers, farm organizations can speak this meteorological language in the language that they should be. We must train them to do it the way it must be done. Secondly, remember, I told you about the radio program. The radio thing, it is train the farmers in their area and how they will actually teach each other. We are talking about credibility. They will form up a structure that is DCAS to and from down. So it will be able to actually strengthen what they get. It will strengthen the flow of information. And not, I agree with you, not all extension officers, they actually shudder because suppose the forecast goes wrong. What will actually happen? They'll blame me, the extension officer. So we must work together, train the extension officer to be agrometeorologists, even where possible. And then together with the farmer, it's actually a big assignment to do. Then we can be able to ensure the information can flow direct to them. And remember, it is to their group. They share it in them amongst themselves, and there'll be nothing like not reaching them because we are targeted. DCAS can work.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, next, just mention your name and organization.
My name is Kefas Kamwe from Ministry of Agriculture, Malawi.
Okay.
From Malawi. Yeah, so I think it's, first of all, thank you very much for this presentation, which I think tackles much on farmers themselves. I think Malawi, we normally use like what we call PICSA, Participatory Integrated Climate Services for Agriculture, where there is the actual involvement of these farmers. You take them from the whole process, how the season will be, what are the interventions that they need. So I think the challenge that I've seen is the perception of these farmers to change or to grab the weather information, as you have said, because we normally decide to say, let's do this. For example, I'm coming from land resources conservation. Let's have rainwater harvesting structures in our fields because this is how the season is going to be. We have discussed this, or let's promote compost making and the like. But you find that there are other farmers that they will still not take it. They will say, these people for weather forecasting, previously their forecast has been misleading. So I think my comment is these days, I think prediction has been good. So we just need to encourage or to sensitize these farmers on the importance of embracing the digital climate or hydrometeorological information so that they can be resilient. So I'm just looking at the adoption of the interventions that we promote. But I agree with you. The discussion with farmers, we have to start from the beginning of the season up to the end. But I think the adoption has been a challenge. That's my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, they still have to act after they get the forecast. You have a comment back?
Yeah, indeed. When we go to the dining hall, it is the hungry person that says, I want to eat this. So the hungry person is the farmer. They must choose the way they want the meal to be prepared. We have been dictating, directing as scientists for over a long time. I agree with you. We must change the wheels now. Engage them. How do you want it to be? In what format should we send it to you? And all that kind. When they lead to us, we will be service organizer. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me first give an online opportunity because there's 50 people online as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I have a question from Grace Muinga. She's a gender specialist at the GCA. This presentation is really practical. It is important that we also understand these perceptions from a gender lens, acknowledging the roles and responsibilities of the farmers, the power dynamics that influence access and control to resources, so both information and digital assets.
So
Do you have a comment on that?
Okay. Can you reflect something on gender issues in this regard? Is it different for female farmers than for male farmers? How you engage with them?
I'll tell you one thing. When you are discussing weather information or climate forecast with the community in any new community, the people that will be in the forefront will be the women. Right? They'll be the women. That is why when the women took the information to their husband, they said, who is Dayton?
Yeah.
Right? They cascaded the women. But we have, I'll tell you, if ever there is a front we have to make use of, it is the gender of the ladies. Let's teach them. Give them the gadgets, the phones, you see how they'll get the information. They'll pass the information better than the men. The men only joined in the next year when they realized that the women, what they taught the women and that data of theirs was true. So let's use the gender of the women. They're actually a very important dynamic. I think it's a very good thing. Let's use the gender aspect in promoting the flow of our variable information. Remember, we are saying integrated climate information, and then we will win. But if we don't do a good job, we still have 20 years more of doing the same recycle thing. But if we do a good thing, we have 10 years only to come up.
Yeah. Okay, more online, Paula? Or? Okay, then we can give some more, there's some more hands up there. Okay, she has already a mic. Can the next person move to the mic, or Mrs. Massine, just queue up there in that mic? Yeah.
Afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity and thanks for the presentation. The challenge that farmers...
First your name.
Sorry, okay, thank you. My name is Nyasha Tadere. I'm from Zimbabwe Farmers Union. In Zimbabwe, the problem is that it appears the infrastructure from being used by the Med department is now maybe old, because their forecasting is no longer reliable. Sometimes the information that comes from the Med department, it comes up to be incorrect. Practically, you see that the rains are really heavy, you can plant, but the Met has said it's not yet time for planting. So that is what makes the farmers doubt these forecasts that come from the Med department. And also, sometimes this information is not, is too generalized. So it cannot be used by the farmer. Sometimes it appears that the information is wrong. It may be correct, but doesn't apply to the specific position the farmer is growing his or her crops. So this will give the impression that the Met information coming from the Met department is not correct, because it is not specific to the geographical position of the farm.
Yeah. That's a general problem. Dr. Nenya, do you have anything to comment on that?
Ladies and gentlemen, DCAS now is calling for specific location forecast. Let us be targeted. You have seen the greens of what modes they want. Let us be more targeted. Let us engage the farmers. That is very important in the information they want. Let us be more targeted and local specific a provision of information. For information for where we are now, Kopanong, if you are giving let's say it will be cloud. But if you go to, what is the next by here? And it may be different, but we use, because a platform, we are not targeted to those of that particular area. In DCAS now, it is requiring we change our strategy to being specific with the farmers, direct to them, giving them the local focus. IK is local specific. That's why they doubt it when you bring a scientific generalized one. But the scientific generalized, when it is actually for Kopanong, it will be very correct with the indigenous. So they'll believe it. It's the way we are doing it. Remember, it will be able to improve the passing of the information, local specific.
Okay, thanks. There's still time for 1 or 2 questions here. You go ahead.
Thank you so much, Doctor. My name is Samson Sitole. I'm from Eswatini, from a parastatal called the Eswatini Water and Agricultural Development Enterprise, ESWADE. I want to talk to the adoption of information from MET. Just recently, the meteorology department announced that there was going to be drought some couple of years back. And the Minister of Agriculture took that up in our country and announced that farmers should not go and farm because there is going to be drought. And the next thing, there was lots of rainfall. And currently, MET has announced the El Nino drought. And the Minister of Agriculture called us to a meeting to discuss what message do we send to the farmer. And the reaction was like, please avoid sending any message. Let's allow the farmer to make her or his own decision based on what he's gotten from meteorology, which is as hazy as my sister has just said. It's going to be partly cloudy and warm in different places. Now, the real question here is, the farmer has to weigh his risk or her risk in adopting whatever information about weather. The farmer's livelihood is dependent on the agriculture production. If he doesn't go and farm, he's got nothing on the table. And then the question is, when we release such information about the weather, yes, it is supposed to help the farmer. But at the end of the day, how is it helping the farmer if the farmer doesn't go and farm because there is drought coming, and at the end of the day, he's got no income? What else can be done to help the farmer? That's probably the key issue, and that will help, I think, in the adoption rate of such technology. Thank you.
Okay. Any short comment? Because I also want to give Professor Masinde. She's already been queuing. These two, I'm sorry, we have to move to tea time. Yeah. So first a comment on his comment.
Right. Thank you so much. Let us forget about the past for now. Okay. Why we are here, we are evaluating, and we must make a way forward. In forecasting, I've been a forecaster for 40 years now, but I know that such things happen, and I've erred once. Don't concentrate on my error. You are better forewarned than not forewarned. It is not good to global as a farmer without knowing where you are going with your eyes closed. The Met department is there to help us see some form of direction. So participate with them, help engage with the Met department to see how best they can help you as a farmer than criticizing somebody who is trying to give you information that you can see your way. So it goes for a more organized way of interaction with the Met service. Now, thank you for GCA and Africa Development Bank. They have the money. They will support MET to do better. You are talking of obsolete equipment. They will support our organization to do better. So I think let's forget about the past, concentrate on the future now and do better using DCAS.
Yeah, okay. Professor Masinde, last question.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief.
Yeah.
Doc, I salute you, agree with you with everything you said. But I have one question. How do you deal with scenarios where farmers do not know what they do not know? In other words, to use the example of where the barrier site, it couldn't be that that's an area where later there's a lot of underground water that will come and affect the grave. So why, you know, the scientist, the civil engineer who can tell, you know what, don't bury that person there. In other words, how do we deal with, I don't know what I don't know?
Yeah, thank you. Any comment on that?
Thank you so much. We remember these people. I gave you the funeral burials. They have been burying for ages and ages, but with a good science models of investigating the underground water, we realize that it will be polluting the waters on the other end. It's good. It's teamwork together with those people. Everything that we are working on is actually teamwork. Remember, it is consultation. Consultation. They are the ones in the lead. They ask for our services, then they will take it. But then us being leaders, no, it will be difficult.
Thanks very much. I think he deserves another round of applause. It is now tea break until 3 o'clock. If Mr. Piri, if he's in the hall, can come to me, and Mr. Chocolat, Johnny. Yeah. See you back at 3, everybody. Yeah. Wait, I have to just get bread also. Bread? Yeah. We're going to, you got the link open, eh?
The children to me, the rains they are gone now.
Ngafa at least 25 minutes break.
together we come back to see. And never have all of the myths of all the false and the teaching. Soon to be there. I never have to get the best of all about the acting in pieces. And soon to be brave. Give the divest some breath in just my breath. I just wanna be black rhino. I never have to be there. About the earth just in pieces. Now, now, the children the rains they are gone now.
It happens. Hello. How's it? What's woman advance? It happens. I'm the but I can resist.
Let me take the weakest TF.
And never stop all the false to the teaching. Never have so about acting pieces and the sweet give the diverse something reason. I just wanna be that rhino and never have made a crap about the earth just pieces. Now buy it. Now buy it. Let's say about when the sun shines overwhelming and the elders are requesting through a rain dance calling out to Mother Africa. Do you hear me? Save our water, let it rain abundantly. Let the rivers flow into infinity. Though she brings the children the rains they are gone now. About the thoughts to the teacher, it's when we never, never have to get about the acting in pieces. That's when we be crazy. Give the divest some breath in just my prison. Like I wanna be black rhino, I never have to be. I made it about the earth just in pieces. Now, fight it. Now, fight it.
Listen, how's it? As for if you are namna kakupa kului ku transport ku drop documents ku German legal advice. Oh, okay. Berkau di print orang ada di. I was trying to buy time. I have to force for this. Ni bila kata ada orang lagi kini buying deal. What like kira ke buying. Okay, no, go sharp. I will not get see.
Together we come back to see the daily we go look to see it's about the thoughts and the teaching. This would be better. I never have to get survive. About acting in pieces. That's when we be crazy. Yes, but that's some breath in just my breathing. I just wanna be black rhino. I never have to be carried about me. I just think we say
otherwise, I'm not too big. Yeah, people don't understand. Oh, you want to get a bit so very disappointed. Ngoba lapha nje ibona 3-3 umavoti special. Okay, uthi i-opposition yakhe lenye ina 23. Kulethi mina yathi uthi there is still possibility. There is still possibility ngoba ukwazi ukuthi umobilize mhlambe 40 is already 50 soldier yewasembekelweni. Plus lo 3 wakho waku special that is 53. Mhlambe lo yangete 15 at 35 wathi ngani?
Ahí vas a That's the problem. Why didn't you?
the children the rains they are gone now. Don't give the way down.
Sinekhaya sathi sakhile kwabuyabo anti bathi bo anti sakhe kabi inhlanhla yethu bekusengaqala ukwakhiwa bekusengagujwa ne-foundation bomeselana nje bebasemdedini kutodveba bavele babona nje ukuthi kwakhiwe indlu lenkulu bavele balele guma langale kamamkhulu ayikhanyithi babe bekana-2 by 5 make lomncane make lomkhulu washona kwasala kunalaba mphakathi ubeyalaba lemendveni. Exactly. Whatsappelelwe ngumsebenzi kwavela nje another opportunity letomnika times 3 le mali bekayihola ngayo within the week lebeliphele ngalo lo msebenzi. Bathi kuti laba basakhale kancane lapha. Kusafuna bahambe bayofuna lo wegcina umuthi le batasiloya ngawo. Lele basawusebenzisa awusebenzi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Late afternoon, but a very interesting session. We're going to have 4 presenters who show their own tool, their own digital climate advisory services for smallholder farmers. So I'm just mentioning the names already. We first have Yannick Chocolat. Then we have Professor Massinde. Then we have Gretel Garanganga. And then we have Janina Fraas. And afterwards, we have a panel discussion and more time for questions. So in the first, so it's like 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes for each presenter. Only quick clarification questions. Afterwards, the questions come later. But let's first digest the four tools before we start all kinds of questions. So I'll first introduce Yannick Chocolat. Yannick traveled all the way from Burundi and he arrived at 3:50 last night by air. He's the director of Oxfin. And Oxfin is for financial inclusivity of people. They have developed a tool called agri-coach, which doesn't only advise on the weather and the climate, but does more things, and we'll hear about that. It has already reached 500,000 farmers in 5 countries. Yeah. So while not from Southern Africa, we as organizers, especially the weather impact people, they are so impressed by the agri-coach success story, and we want to learn how they did it from you, Yannick. Good luck with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to present our tool agri-coach that is facilitating farmers to get information, and information we are giving to them is not only weather, but the approach we have, it's an holistic approach because we discovered that by giving to the farmer only weather information is not enough. And since it's really for smallholder farmers, the level of poverty, especially in African countries, is high, so they cannot really get access to these information. So we have a kind of holistic approach with many services to make sure we can respond to their needs, because what we are doing, we are really moving from bottom up. So I have prepared a video for you for maybe 2 minutes that explain the agri-coach, and then I will go to my presentation for 10 minutes. Before the video, as you can see, we are doing what we call connect the unconnected people, bank the unbanked, because without banking of people, of farmers, we cannot give them all the services that we are targeting, and we are serving the underserved. So we are there to really work for the rural farmers, and we don't leave no one behind. This is something that it's real in Oxfin. I'm looking for my video. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I will finish my presentation, then you can see the video. Okay, so as you can see, I think in the presentation this morning, everybody will not even say that farmers can get access to weather forecasts via apps or smartphone. But as you know, the television, radio, maybe in some countries, people have access to the radio and the video. But in countries like Burundi, like DRC, like also Burkina Faso, it's really, the penetration of these tools is really low. So if we are looking for massive smallholder farmers, we cannot continue using the same model. We need to change and we need to innovate. And this is why we are here. So the agri-coach have a mission to give to the farmer the information on responding on 3 basic questions that farmers have. And the first question is based on the support that we have, Weather Center that we are working. This is our partnership with Weather Impact. They are providing to us the information on the weather. And based on that, with all our techniques, we give the information to the farmers on what crop to grow. This is what we call crop selector, when to grow, and how to grow. These are the basic informations that farmers need, because as I said, we are really looking for farmers, what the farmer needs. And for that, it's just not giving them information. The assistance we are providing to them, the what to grow, is based on remote sensing information like soil, topography, climate change. And this is combined with agronomical model that we are combining with algorithm to provide to the farmer the information, recommendation on what the crop to grow on their lands. And this is 9 by 9 kilometers. We all want to grow based on rainfall or vegetation. We have all this combination with the weather forecast that we are getting from Weather Impact. We provide the information when to plant and when to harvest. At the end, how to grow, we have best practices in terms of videos, because you know, the farmer, for us, the training of trainers is not enough in this world today. We need to really push the digital to really facilitate farmers to get information. And when they see videos, it's easy for them to get the message. And they can repeat and repeat the video if they have them on tablets or laptops or smartphone. And that we have fertilizer recommendation and inputs combined. There is a combination and algorithm. We provide the information on how they can optimize their yield. And this is how it's organized. This is just an example. We have 2 things. One is general. This is an example of Burundi, based on climate, topography, soil, and the model and local knowledge, because we are working with local people. We provide information on the suitability, the crop suitability, and that's just an example of coffee, potato, but we have 42 crops that we have for Burundi, Uganda, and Burkina Faso. So the first thing, this is general for everybody, for us, we know, for the country, but the farmer is not in the country. It is not on the country level. It's on farmer level, on farm level. And then we give these informations on what to grow. And the app is like this, based on the information that I just shared. They have the crop that can grow well on their land, 9 by 9 kilometers. And there you can see this emoji. This, if it's green, then it's good for the land. But this is not only just satellite information, but it's also based on the fertilizer and inputs, the value of the crop, the nutrient value, if there is a market available, and all these things. With the algorithm, we provide information to the farmer, 9 by 9 kilometers. And that's, we give also, when we say what to grow, we give all the information. This is what we call the fish technique, data sheets, agriculture data sheets. They have all the information, but still, many farmers cannot read and write. So we can have this, but it's not enough. But at least it's moved from paper to already digital that they have. And this is for 42 crops that we have in this app. And then we provide also the information based on grow area. If a farmer, depending on where he is, it's easy for him to recognize when and what season he need to grow what. This they have. And I remind you 9 by 9 kilometers. So then there is also when we have cultivation, this is more information. I didn't want to go there. We have variety, what type of variety and their yields. We give all the information to make sure the farmer, when he decides what crop to grow, he has all the information. Then we have also pest and disease control information. So there we did the mapping of all the problems, all the disease that every crop have, and then we put that in the tablet, in the app, with pictures and video of explaining the problem and how to solve the problem. So they have everything with them. This is for what to grow. Then when to grow, we have this weather forecast, and this is what they get, 9 by 9 kilometer. And every day we have the synchronization, they get the weather for tomorrow and 9 days ahead. And you can see we are using the symbols here because this was co-created with farmers. So the farmers had made the design. So for them, when they see this, it's easy to understand what's going on. But then we have also more details like temperature and so on. So this they get also with the agriculture. Then we have also the seasonal outlook. Yeah, this is the next one. The seasonal outlook, because farmers said, okay, 9 days is good, but I need to make my plan. If I need to plan, I need more time. I need for a season. And there we have also the seasonal outlook for 5 months. So they know when the rain will start. And they know when the season starts, they get information on season start, because this is also a problem. So then when to grow is not only weather, it's also the crop calendar. We have the crop calendar here, and this is general crop calendar, all the activity that they need to do, and when they need to do those activities. But this is wider, it's quite big. This is what we have in almost all the data sheets agriculture that we have in many countries. But then we did more. By giving these informations per week, we want to make sure farmers, all the activity, all the details activity are there, and they have every week the activity to do. So this they have. And if they don't know how to do any activity, then they have video to support, to explain, to tell them how to do those things. And this is bring to the how. And this how, it's I did an example of video, but unfortunately it's in Kirundi. I'm sorry. How, okay, yeah. You can see the difference when you go there to train farmers, explaining all these things. But if you bring to them video with the tablet that they already have, it's easy for them to understand. This is there. Most of the documents, I see many things, amazing things, but it's still in the documents, in the laptops of people. To see what is in the field is difficult. We did our best to make sure farmers can have this information. And this is, we have more than 600 videos like this in the app. So this is one video. We have more. And then for your information, this app is working offline. So there is many things that I will explain, but I reserve this for tomorrow because we will discuss the sustainability. So the result of this is that 94% of farmers are happy with this solution. The others, they don't get access, they don't use it. And this is why we cannot get 100%. Agriculture is appreciated by the trained farmers and non-trained farmers, because all of them, they go in the city, they get training and they go back with some paper. But at the end, how come an agronome will be specialist in 10, 20 crops? Difficult. Normally by village, we have one many countries we have one agronome by village. He cannot be specialist of everything. So with AgriCoach, they have a support. So we don't replace them, but we give them a tool that will increase or will make their life better and easy. And there you can see that the tablet is already in the field. Huh? Lesson learned, use digital tool, respond to the farmer needs, because we started by that. What is the problem? And they explain the problem, and it's co-created by them. Local language, all the videos and local language, and they can repeat anytime they want, they can go back. So normally they do meetings, and in the meetings, they learn about that, they look the video, and the best thing is that they start to discuss in the group about the best practices learned in the video. They go in the field, and if they forgot something, they come back. Again, they read again a video, they discuss, and this is how we are seeing changes. So the ones who cannot read and write, we have the group session, and the group session, they help each other. Offline apps and with the solar bank. So this is the problem. The tablets, and the people say, how come the farmers can use the tablets? They were not at school. This is normally is not, we call it a stupid question because no one from here, I don't know if there is a school where they teach people how to use WhatsApp. I don't know, but you can see that our children can better use the smartphone than us. So the farmers as well, if you give them the chance to have these tablets, they use it and very well. Time is. So go fast. There is a yeah, you can see that this is also, we'll talk tomorrow about empowering women, digital inclusion of women to use this tool. So they say the weather have field activities, not only about weather. I want to go farming. It's also planning, because before I do a plan, I need to look at the weather if I need to recruit people to work on my lands. So these things, it's also appreciated. They see it, they discuss, they repeat these things.
You didn't go to work.
Tablet is close to them, so they go to the tablet anytime they want. So by weather, they receive weather. It's not directly to one person, it's to the group, and they discuss the weather together. But the difference is that they see, we work with them. They are validating the model. So we give them the weather forecast. We provide to them also the rain meter. So they validated for 3 years, and today they don't want even to use it because they say it's cool, it's okay. We like the model. So this is AgriCoach. Maybe let me talk about the problem. So these are one group, a picture of one group, but the challenge, how to organize, how to organize the network, organization of people to reach the farmers. And for us, we think this is a role for youngsters because they need money now. You cannot tell them to go to do farming. It's difficult. They cannot wait for many months. But if they are helping farmers to do their job and they get a commission, this is how we think we are introducing the youngster in the agriculture. So this is AgriCoach. Thank you very much.
Janik, was that the video you wanted to show?
My video. Yes.
Yeah? Okay, no, because then I'll give you time for one question, and then and in the meantime, Janina sorts out your video.
Please,
yeah?
please.
Yep. So is there one question for now? Kemi, you were very quick. Yeah. We'll get later. We have half an hour for questions still to the. Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, quick. Yeah.
I just want to know who pays for the cost of the tablets, the gadgets,
Good question. The tablets was shared by Oxfam Foundation and the Netherlands Embassy of Burundi for this for the case of Burundi. So Netherlands.
But how big are these groups? Because if you reach 500,000 farmers, then
we have 10,000 groups.
So 10,000 tablets.
More than, yes.
Wow.
But how is that sustainable is the question. So after the grant funding or the,
Yeah.
the donation ends,
Yeah.
how do you continue?
So we are a private company.
Yeah.
So we get a subsidy from Netherlands, but the farmers, this is why maybe this, I will develop this tomorrow. It's about the package. It's not only this weather. We connect also the inputs. So the input provider are selling their inputs through our platform. These youngsters, they are training people to use the tablet, but they are also the ones who are doing the last mile distribution. We do the same to the market linkages. We do the same for other products, and there is a commission for that sustain the system.
So tomorrow, well, there's still something. So tomorrow he will have a presentation on upscaling and making things sustainable. So then your question will be, yeah?
Yeah.
Are you almost sorted out? Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll show the video now. There will be later questions for more questions.
Everything
is it
okay?
coming or?
I'm just having some. I don't know.
Don't play. It can't change. Okay, we'll do it. Yeah, or we do it in here. We'll share a link online or something, and then we do it here for the audience separately. Because it's the linking with the Zoom. Thanks, Yannick. Yeah, you'll get back afterwards with the panel. Yeah. Then we have Professor Motoni Masinde. She's a professor in computer science at the Central University of Technology in Bloemfontein. What's again the name? What's again the name of Bloemfontein? A proper name? Mangaung. Yeah, Mangaung. And she has so many titles to study things to her name. University of Kenya, University of Cape Town, Free State University. She has a MBA. Free University of Brussels. And she has 100 papers to her name. I mean, I could pick from her CV so many things. But most of all, why she's here, she's the founder and CEO of Itiki. And Itiki is the information technology indigenous knowledge with intelligence tool. Yeah, so Itiki, so you can also hire her as a consultant. She's a consultant in Internet of Things and climate change. Professor Masinde, we are very, I have your thing. You are very curious to hear your story.
Thank you. I'm trying to time myself because I can talk for too long. The screen, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm indeed honored to make this presentation, especially after all that has been said today. First, about the unreliability of scientific weather forecasts and the value of indigenous knowledge. So essentially, Itiki is a marriage between the two. As you can see, the first I is for information. T is for technology, which is the computer science part. Indigenous knowledge, the I and the K. But then there's a twist to it, the intelligence. So we use machine learning to connect the two. Because indigenous knowledge is very, we call it is holistic. It's a story. So you cannot mix a story with the numbers. Of course, we have scientific way of converting the story to numbers, but in the process of doing that, you lose the holistic nature of indigenous knowledge. So hence the Itiki, which is a bridge. Luckily for me, I don't need to define for you what indigenous knowledge is. Two previous presenters did explain it. But I'll give you some examples. And the reason why I'm very passionate about indigenous knowledge, I grew up in a typical rural village
in Kenya, eastern part of Kenya. And in that region, everyone is a small scale farmer. Normally you have crops and you have animals on the side. And I was involved in everything about farming. One typical example that is so perfect in my mind is we used to use the oxen pulled by the bulls, you know, that style of plowing. And in the evening, my sister and I, who is very close, we age-wise, we are very close. Sometimes you might not tell who is older than the other, but I'm the older one. So in the evening, because the bulls have been busy on the farm, they only eat in the evening. So in the night, up to 9 p.m., we're there with the cows, and then around 9, we take them back home. We notice many things. One of them is that whenever the beetle, there are some beetles that dig little huts on the ground. They push them, some of us may well know, they form a ball using cow dung, and then they push it. Those little animals will never put those things on the ground if it's going to rain, never. I don't know how they knew. So the moment we saw many of them would go home and tell Mom, you know what, in 2 days' time, we can just stop plowing, it won't rain. And then the second one will be, we also used to attend to the animals during the day and also attend to animals and bring home firewood, you know, that scenario. So we would be with my sister in the bushes, and they say we would hear this particular bird. It would start making noise. I would try to do it here, but let me avoid it. The moment we had that bird, we started leaving the bushes because exactly in 1 hour, it would rain. So that's indigenous knowledge. There are things we see with our eyes, there are things we feel, and it's not witchcraft. It's actually the animals, the plants, they react to something in the atmosphere. They react mostly to humidity. They react to temperatures. So they can teach us a lot. That's indigenous knowledge. And you can only learn it from someone older than you. Hence the reason why I was asking my colleague earlier, how do you know what you don't know? Is that the indigenous knowledge is no longer reliable as it used to be during my child days. There are many reasons. One, the young people have left the village, they're in the city, they haven't learned it. My kids who are in early 20s, they don't know it. Two, climate change has happened. This morning it was proven to us climate has happened. Three, this massive effect of ecology by human beings. They have cut the trees and everything has happened. So indigenous knowledge is no longer effective. Hence why in our solution, we combine those two. And you can prove that when you combine indigenous knowledge with the science, all the problems you want to kind of fizzle out, that you don't solve them, but you reduce them because you end up with a solution that identifies with them, the status quo, what I know, and avoids what we call cultural transfers, especially from the north to south, okay? So you create solutions around them. And doing so, he said it clearly, we do what we call mutual learning. So I've already explained what indigenous knowledge is. I always want to play this video. It's a sound, the things that we love most. Oh, it didn't play, okay. But it was a sound of calm rain coming, and then the birds make some noise, and then the thunder and so on. No, it's okay, I can do without it. It's good, I can do without it. And in my explanation is that that kind of thing gives different signs to many of us. When we could not take pictures earlier, because it was raining, Maliki, maybe she was sad. Personally, I was very happy. Not that I didn't want the picture, but the rain brings so much life. So those are the things that differentiate the digital knowledge system from one community to the next. And then I have a question here, to the next. So which category of indigenous knowledge is considered the most significant? Because we have lots of them. So we have 1, 2, 3, let's see.
Yes. Second is behavior of flora. So red is behavior of flora. plants. Yellow is meteorological knowledge, and blue is seasons characteristics, like the wind and the things that.
So maybe you could explain. The first category is behavior of plants. They observe plants that are flowering. They observe the nature of fruiting. So everything to do with plants. The second one is the animals. There's a typical one.
No, it's written the wrong other way around. Green is fauna, so that's the animals.
Oh,
this is floral. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, it goes wrong with the
animals.
Yeah.
First.
Yeah.
For example, the pastoralists, when they see cows coming home, jumping with tails up, it means that rain. So that's a category of the animals. Category of the plants is red. Meteorological, they look at the clouds, the stars, and they make a decision. And the fourth one, they know season characteristics. They know beginning of October it will rain, or they know January is very dry. So those characteristics. Let's go. Red, green, blue. I see more, it's equal. I see a lot of blue. Blue. I see green, blue and green. The third one is red. That's what I was expecting. I was
so can we also have the
blue wins?
Blue wins. What are the online participants saying, Paula? Sorry, can we have the online participants with?
It's changing a bit, but see blue wins. Blue and green seem almost equal.
Yeah.
Blue wins.
Yeah. Yeah, but is there a division or is it all blue? And yellow. Okay, that's interesting because there's hardly any yellow here. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. The blue actually wins. Even in my study, because each community they know their seasons. Like my case study was based on Kenya. They have the long rains starting March, April, May. Then they have the short rains, which is being expected now, October, November, December. That's the first divination because over the years, they knew the short rains, they planted millets, while the longer rains, they planted things like beans and cowpeas. But the others are critical for near term. They use mostly the plants' behaviors before the onset of rain, and they can tell with accuracy. And they also look at the behavior of animals. In other words, in about 10 days before it rains, it's the trees and the insects. But once it started raining, a day before, an hour before, then the yellow kicks in because I will see the cloud. They say when it touches the ground, it rains. And that knowledge, like for me, I carry it all over until I'm nicknamed in my little world, the weather maven. I can actually tell, even in Bloemfontein, I can tell when it's going to rain because I've lived there now for 10 years. And many of us have that knowledge here. When you open your window in the morning, you kind of decide, am I going to wear a sweater? Of course, now we are looking at the weather apps. They are useful. But apart from that, I don't even believe it completely until I look outside. That's local knowledge, which eventually becomes indigenous knowledge. So the rest of the things, I'll go through them very fast because we are combining the two knowledge systems. Here is an example, typical example of characteristics of seasons, like I just said. Because if you see a butterfly in July, has a different connotation if you see it in January. Who knows that? The farmers. Essentially, that's why you should ask them. They know better than you. But how many butterflies should you see before you call it a threshold? Ask them, you know? And I don't need to go through this. I just wanted to show you why this is too general. It's correct. Like recently, we always work with Kenya Met in Kenya. And here we also work with South Africa Weather Service. because we as CTIKI, we don't have the mandate to focus weather. South Africa Weather Service has. So if the focus leave our devices, it must have a signature of South Africa Weather Service. And in Kenya, it must have the signature of Kenya Met. They have the mandate. So we work together. We do not compete. In fact, today I want to argue that we really can't compete with weather-focused institutions. We must just help them or work with them, collaborate. So we did already send this focus to the Kenya farmers, but they say near normal. The farmer doesn't know what that is. So you must translate it for them. Then they say for our whole county, which is 2 districts combined, it doesn't make sense for them. But if you tell them your village, your tree has flowered, then you're talking. So the concept of a tiki is a bridge. A bridge is not a one-way direction, it's a negotiation. So the indigenous knowledge on one side and the scientific one on one side, hence a bridge. In fact, just that I didn't have time, the Itiki is actually the name also of a bridge in my community. And why did we pick that name? Traditionally, we did not have the civil engineers doing the bridge, but the local people knew the tree that was so firm. So they tied the wires on it across the river. And so accurate was this bridge that I personally know in 2000, many years ago, no, 1998. There were floods, a lot of floods across Kenya. Traditional bridges were left intact, civil ones, because the local knowledge for them was so powerful because they know where the river moves very fast. And I'm not saying science is more superior, neither is indigenous knowledge. The two of them need to understand each other. So essentially what we've created is a drought early warning system. We do not do just weather forecast. We predict droughts, the spell, when it will start and when it will end. What I went through very fast are the scientific terms we use. I know there are maths in the house. We use effective drought index to tell the farm before we predict. So if it's negative 1.5, that's serious, severe drought. And luckily with our index, we also predict the flooding side. If it's positive 1.5, then it's a flood. So we do both droughts and flooding. The second question, brief one I wanted to ask, I don't know if Mariki, we have time. Or
no, you just go ahead.
Yeah, we go ahead?
Yeah.
Why are we focusing on droughts? I'll tell you why, and this helps us. Between 1970 and 2019, people are producing a lot of reports about droughts. For what percentage of global weather, climate, and water-related disasters, and what percentage was of associated deaths? In other words, disasters happen all the time. They have done. They compiled a report about the world disasters, including pollution, including floods, including droughts. What do you think among all those droughts that were, disasters were counted? What percentage do you think was caused by climate? That's the first part. So in other words, if you say A, you're saying that of all the disasters that happen in the world, including wars, including diseases, you're saying 15% of them were caused by climate. And then the second question is, if it's 15% that were caused by climate, what percent of deaths did they cause? In other words, if 10 million people died, of those 10 million, what percentage were related to climate? So you would be saying 15% of them were climate related and 1% deaths. You think that period was by those climate related disasters? A lecture can be difficult. But just guess, because you don't have the statistics, just to see how much do you think climate cause death in the world?
So green is 15% of the disasters, are climate, are accounted weather, climate, and weather-related disasters. And 1% of the deaths of all people dying is by these disasters. And red is 15% of disasters and 35% of deaths. Yellow is 1% of disasters and 35% of deaths. Blue is 35% of the disasters and 15% of the death. Just give it a go, guys. 1, 2, 3, because otherwise it becomes very long indeed.
1. Red, green, 15,
So Africa is accounted for
blue,
what percent of the
35,
yeah.
15, blue.
There's lots of blue, a bit of
Blue
green, and a
wins,
bit of red,
red.
and 1, 2 yellow. What do the Mentimeter people say, Paula? So mostly green. Yeah, mostly green as 15% of disaster, 1% of death. What is the answer? Yeah, so it's 15% of disasters, 35% of the deaths. Yeah, of the global deaths, 15%, 35% in Africa by these disasters. Yeah.
So essentially, the thing they have been telling us that climate change affects Africa the most is true.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. If there's a flood in Europe, let's give an example of US. When there's a cyclone in Europe, very few people die. When there was a cyclone within the region, very many people die. So it's a serious problem. I don't think I want to go through this because I realize we are all experts here. But the issue is that we got the whole hog. We focused meteorological drought and we focus hydrological drought. We do not focus agricultural drought. It's very complicated. And socioeconomic agricultural economics can model that for us. And what tools do you, this is important just as a passing, as you and I'm a computer scientist. So we use a whole lot of artificial intelligence. Of course, with the likes of ChatGPT, you'll ask, are we still in business? Yes, we are. So we use VASI cognitive maps to represent the indigenous knowledge, the story of if there are many girls born, then there will be Bimbamba harvest, you know. And then we use artificial neural network to model the actual prediction. So we feed in the rainfall, the temperature, and then it will output a drought of 0.19. And then we originally, when we designed it, I did not say, we also use handheld weather devices. Those devices cannot run a lot of code, you know, the programs. So we use agents, not spy agents, the code agents. So it will come execute the code there, leave, and go to this device and leave. So originally we were using what we call believe, desire, intention agents. But we haven't continued using them. Technology has advanced. With only artificial intelligence and VASI logic, we are good to go. This was just an example of how we represent, actually this example was giving, this is VASI cognitive map, it becomes a mathematic, a graph, and later we can feed it to a model. And then finally, how do we disseminate? So I said we have, the whole thing is early warning system. This is the anchor of our system. We harvest the knowledge, we predict, and then we disseminate. My colleague said it very correctly. We need some form of reconciliation. If in Eswatini, the weather forecast, they're saying there will be El Nino drought. And the indigenous people are saying it will rain. Let's sit and negotiate. What are you seeing? What am I seeing? Physical meetings. That's what our system does. If there's a disagreement, we reconcile. And most of the time, I know this sounds funny. In the short term, when it will rain, our model is up to 98% accurate when we negotiate. But in the longer term, 3 months, We even focus 2 years ahead, then the accuracy start degrading. And that for farmers is very critical. So we mostly send them SMSs, but we have the whole suite for scientists. We have a website, we have audio files for those that cannot read. Let's skip this one. Yeah, skip this one so that I summarize. In the back end, for those united with this is the whole database, that's the foundation of the system. We treat the farmers as customers. So we routinely collect information. How many hectares did you plant? When did you plant? When did you plant? How much did you harvest? Then later we do an analysis to see if there's an improvement in their yield. Again, here I'll just go quickly. This is our mobile app, actually interface. Ours is a brand. I wanted to show you. This is our brand. It's patent, it's copyrighted, it's everything. So it's a real business we'll be running. But I know I'll be asked how much we change and whether it's sustainable. Originally, we started with very rudimentary design. Again, users are involved. In fact, this gentleman here whose face we hid for Poppy Act was one of our first informers. Unfortunately, he's late. So he said, no, you can put my picture there, you know. But the recent one is really professional looking. And we also, like I said, we give graphs. Here is just an example of SMSs. We're currently sending SMSs to the farmers in Kenya. This is current. And we send it in the vernacular. And we tell them the rains, like this one, if I translate, and you can see the signature of Kenya met somewhere, because here it's not our information. It's our information, but we work together. We're telling them that it's likely to, first we send the formal one. It's going to rain between the 1st and the 2nd week of October. The next one that follow, the indicators are coming through the mobile app. We're going to tell them exactly when it's going to rain in accuracy of 2 days. And we'll tell them what to plant. We'll tell them whether plant maize or millets. The information is coming through as we speak. It's usually a live system. And in, yeah, this a former SMS, it's in the vernacular, it's talking about what they should plant. Here, this was last year, they should plant millet. This slide is interesting. So since 2017, this is a snapshot of what we've captured. For me, what makes me sleep at night peacefully is that you can help farmers improve their yield. In Kenya, for the 3 years to 17 up to 2020, we're able to assess yield increase of 14%. And that makes all difference for those farmers. And I didn't mention, we actually run the system in Kenya. We have, in Kenya, about 12,000 of farmers. In Mozambique, it's kind of slowed down after Cyclone Idai. It was really a problem for us. South Africa, we work with the University of KwaZulu-Natal, so we more or less rely on their system. Working with South Africa, the service, we're in the process of moving to Limpopo. We are working again with them to ensure that we can expand to that part. I concur with what you said earlier. Most of our customers are women. And thank you.
Mark, yeah, okay. This was great. I was so intrigued that I forgot about time management. But Brett is just getting on his headphones, and we'll switch computers. And then in the meantime, we have one question for you because we have to switch to his computer for his presentation. Is somebody having a question for Professor Masinde? Online or in the audience? Oh, there's one there. Yeah, you can come to the. Can you come to the mic, or can somebody bring you the mic? Okay, it will be a question. Can you ask the question in English, or should we translate? Yeah. So we need to get the line of the Portuguese onto the. You first explain your question in Portuguese, then we translate. Yeah.
Ok. A minha pergunta é: a doutora disse que, segundo os sistemas dele, tem criado uma base de dados dos agricultores. Eu pergunto, como é que fazem com aqueles agricultores que mudam de cultura e mudam de local de cultivo? Porque sabemos que eu, por exemplo, tenho conhecimento que no Quênia tem várias populações que movem-se de um lado para o outro. Após o registro, como é que eles fazem o controle desses que mudam de cultura e mudam de terreno? E qual é a ajuda que eles dão em termos de melhoramento de solo para os agricultores?
Yeah, I'll ask the official translation, but he's basically asking for how do you integrate that there's difference in culture, in terrain, in climate between, for example, Angola and for different locations, because you have a different in Kenya than in Mozambique or wherever. But maybe that's a correct translation, eh? That you can we get the translator, the Mark of the official translation? Can we hear it or not? But I think it was a correct translation. Eh? We can't get him on the line because if the translator comes out to explain
em português.
Now, ele fala português, mas você pode explicar em inglês. Yeah. Can you come out just explain? But I think I explained it already because I understood this question. Senhor Neto, I explained correctly, yeah?
No.
Oh, now. Okay, sorry. I made a attempt to speed up.
Now, what he said actually was in regards to Kenya, there are farmers that sometimes change crops and sometimes they change places. So how do you do in terms of, because you spoke about database, so how do you do to farmers like that? And how do you then undertake operation for the soil?
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yeah, no, got it.
You want him to repeat or something?
Yes, no.
Sure.
Okay. First of all, the model we use, maybe just in information in passing, it's completely local people driven. In each community, we identify a champion. We call them, and then the champion, sorry. But then the champion has Tiki ambassadors around him. So the Tiki ambassadors have a mobile app, a mobile phone. They are the ones who take the pictures and collate it to the database. So it makes it, they know it's mine. We don't feature anywhere, only in the platform. So the design of the system is generic. So once we say a customer, is a customer. So if a customer was living here today and they migrate to another place, we simply update that they are no longer living in Benoni. They have moved. And when they move to the next place, we attach them to a new Tiki ambassador. So it's dynamic. As soon as they move, the ambassador informs us, we change in the system. So next week, when they get the forecast, they'll not get for Benoni, they'll get for their village. We cluster them by villages. I hope I've answered you.
Yeah. Você, senhor Neto, é suficiente ou não? Okay. Yeah, we are still waiting for this presentation, so you can still have one more question. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Professor, for the nice presentation. So my name is Greenwell Machai. I'm a senior researcher at the International Water Management Institute. This is wonderful stuff. I mean, we're also interested in artificial intelligence. We use it for mapping, predicting crops, etc. What I just wanted to find out is on the impacts, where the subscribers, you put some ratios there. Is it possible maybe at some point during break, I can have some references so I can just take a look. I am interested in knowing whether those just basic averages, or whether there is some study that used some maybe economic analysis methods so that we can be sure that they can be attributed to that. It's just out of interest really because it's wonderful. So
Okay.
thanks much.
Yeah.
Yes. yes.
A very
I
short
can
answer. or
they're
you-
averages.
Oh, okay.
They're averages because what we did with some farmers, you'd find a farmer we see and a neighboring farmers.
Okay.
This farmer has not adopted and that one has not. So that was one method.
Okay.
The second method we do trace a study over across 3 years. So they are averages.
Okay.
They are not economically modeled yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It will be interesting because then as a potential process of collaboration in the future, we might want to exchange ideas. We can jointly write papers. If we have that data, I already see how we can publish
Model.
together in some way, but maybe we can explore that later.
Okay. No,
Yes, thanks.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It says you're sharing screen. Okay. You still need some minutes or okay, go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You'll come back for the panel, huh? Okay. After the rest. Yeah. Thanks. Let's see how we do it. So because we have different people with different tools, and we had asked them, show your tool, and Brett has a tool which is already developed, but is quite a thing to install on a computer. So he's using his own computer. So this is just about transferring to his laptop. And you're ready, Brett, huh? But I'll first have to introduce you. Yeah. So in front of you is Brett Garanganga. He has a meteorology degree from USA, Texas, and originally studied geophysical science. He was first heading the drought monitoring center in Zimbabwe. Then he pioneered the regional SADC drought monitoring center, which is now evolved into the climate services center of SADC. And he pioneered the regional climate outlook forum. So the SACOF, so everybody knows about here in the region, the South African Regional Climate Outlook Forum, is basically partly the brainchild of Brett. But he is not anymore the CEO there. He's now a consultant, and he has two passions. One is quantifying socioeconomic benefits of climate services. And the second is this seasonal climate forecast-driven crop yield prediction. So today he's going to talk about the CIS-based decision support tool for agricultural productivity. Yeah, have a listen. Brett, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I really want to, first of all, thank the organizers, in particular Aqua Links, for inviting us here and those that have supported them for us to be able to share our ideas. Right. I think we had earlier in the morning that climate variability does affect agricultural production quite a lot, up to 70%. This is just one what we know. We also know that productivity in sub-Saharan Africa is around less than 1 metric ton per hectare. This is maize, by the way, whereas global average is way above that. And there are climate-based decision tools for agricultural support. And in particular, we have the Climate Agriculture Modeling and Decision Tool, CAMDIT, which was developed to support agricultural production in the Philippines. We have a Digitron adapted and modified CAMDIT for use with typical sub-Saharan cultivars and climate or environmental conditions. So we have re-engineered it for African cultivars. In this particular case, we have added maize and sorghum. the decision support tool, we believe, helps improve efficiencies in agricultural production systems when we have the favorable conditions. We need to take advantage of them. And of course, it also can be used to check where we are going to get grain from if we are going to experience deficit, and where we'll sell to if we're anticipating surplus. And of course, the whole thing also contributes to minimize adverse impacts of hydrometeorological hazards like droughts we heard about just recently, and also floods. Right. How does the modeling system work? I want you to, the R is what, the middle one? Yeah, okay, fine. Normally you have crop simulation models that talk about, of course, you need to have environmental conditions like weather, and also the soils, and also the genotype that the cultivar are going to have, and management systems. That's what gets into cropping simulation models. And then with that, it gets in here. But this crop model is going to talk to a weather, seasonal, climate forecast. Seasonal climate forecasts are done in 3-monthly averages when they are presented. But the crops require information on a daily, if not sub-daily basis. So how do we get these guys to talk to each other? That's really what we're trying to address with this model, the tool, right? So you could do what is called downscaling. That is, you're moving information, which is an average of 3 months, into daily realizations in order that it interfaces well with the crop simulation models. Then you get the crop yield projection. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my computer. I'll show just a short demonstration of stuff that we've been doing with this model, and then we'll follow on that. And I think I need support to change to that. We are going to be simulate. Yeah, I think I'll talk to that. No. So we're just getting it to another platform, which right. So I need to get to this yellow button. So anyway, I can still be talking while doing that. So this modeling is it gets seasonal forecast like SACO for any seasonal forecast. It gets inputted in the model, that information, and then you can get an output of the crop yields. That's really what basically we're going to be doing. And it gives you a long lead, yes, and fantastic, right? Yeah, this is good. Fine, right. So I've arrived at this. Right. I'm now trying to, the model is offline. So okay. I don't know, is the focus okay? Right. This is the model. It is what you call a simulation setup. The first tab, it goes to, this simulation setup mode. This is this page. We go to downscaling. We go to setup of the crops and the management setup, and you get scenarios that we've done. So here, for example, we are looking at the growing season. In this year, we're selecting 2015 to 2016. Here in Southern Africa, the growing season straddles the 2 years. You start in about October into February, March. The month you plant here is, I think, November. And we think you're going to be, when you plant in November, December, you're going to be reaping, you're going to be harvesting in April, May. However, we use June as the end month just for some techniques in the program. We exaggerate a little bit that you're going to be harvesting in June. And of course, the forecast itself starts in November and it goes to January. That's January, November, January, February. Then the planting date is the day of the year. We're using 15 November, which is day 319, right? So that one we've looked at it. We are using a forecast, it's in the forecast mode. So once we were happy with that, we go to the temporal downscaling window. Here we will look at, this is a pre-selected station name, that's to save time. And then we have two ways of doing it. One method is called free sampler, the other one is stochastic disaggregation. Don't worry too much about these things, we'll talk about them when we have time. So here what we are going to do is to look at the how many times you are going to do the iterations of the forecast. I mean, in order to move from those 3 monthly averages to daily realizations, which means that while the focus is given for November to say January is above normal rainfall, when you have those probabilistic forecasts, the TESALs, you can say if it's above normal rainfall, it means day 1 is like this, day 2, day 3, and so on, up to day 90. That's essentially what we are trying to do. So here I come here and click in here. It asks, I need to do greater than 30 iterations. So I take, say, 50, for example. I take any 2 types of rain variations, that's rainfall amount, rainfall frequency, or rainfall intensity. So I use any 2. Right. Then I okay here. Now here we are looking at TESAL-based seasonal forecast. Here is below normal. What is the percentage of below normal rain? We are choosing this case above normal rainfall. So below normal rain will be 20%. Then above normal rain for this case will be 45%. That's what we're using in this system. So what that means is you have 20% above below normal, 45% above normal, and the difference is 35% in the near normal category, right? So once you have done that, you go to check the DCAS setup mode, where you are choosing a particular cultivar. In this case, we are choosing maize. So you look at the planting population at seedling, the plant population at emergence, plant population, these numbers here. You put them in there. Then you come here, you select the cultivar there. In this case, we are going to go to a maize variety. Oh no, correction. I don't want to go to rice. I want to go to maize. The maize we have used this variety in their library. Now we okay that. Now we come in here because the default is rice, but to force it to maize. So it means now we have information about maize crop, right? This setup too is mainly to do the management, fertilizer application, and the irrigation, whether they're going to be irrigating or using fertilizer. But yet, to make it simple, we don't do those. We don't worry about fertilization and irrigating. Now, this one is the key part. You have got you have to look for this working folder. I think I have this. I select that. Right. So the computer is now looking at this information in that working folder that you just put in. So what you do is you say, okay, for this maize planted on 15 November, you're going to say maybe it is going to be fetching $200 per metric ton. But because we didn't put fertilizer, we put 0, and didn't irrigate, we put 0. So there are no costs in that. Maybe the general cost for running a hectare of maize crop is probably, let's say, $500, for example. Now I need to show three scenarios, just so that you can show up to 5 scenarios, but I'll use just 3 scenarios to make it a little easier. So I say maybe 0001 scenario. And now go back to, no, in fact, let me put another. I just want to do 3 scenarios so that people say, well, I'm almost getting to the end, because in one scenario it will be difficult to interpret. So I just want to show the difference, right? Right, I'm just trying to say I'm going to be changing. What I'm going to be changing is the planting dates here. So I'll need to go to the simulation setup. But the costs and the prices of the maize per ton is the same, right? So I put 0001, right? So you remember, I'm coming back to this one here. So here, instead of 319, I'll put 329, for example. That's now 25. So the planting date is now 25 November, right? Now I'll change again here to 339. That is, I think you have 5 December. You can do all the changes, but remember the planting date was 15 November and 25 November are those first 2 days. Now we have gone into December, so you have to change December there. And here you change from 6th to 7th month, which is now July. Then here you change from because you're starting now in December, you change to February of focus. So you come up and save these things. Now, this is how I'm saving. This is now for 15 December, I think, correct, 15 November. This is 25 November. This is 5 December. So I run these now. I'm running these scenarios to see. It will take maybe a few seconds, maybe not 30 seconds. Because if you change the realizations to more than, say, 50, it takes longer. Okay, it's finished. So what it is finished running. So I can display all these plots. Yield estimation, yield estimation in exceedance curve, water stress, if there's any, and then here we do the gross margins. Here you do the what? the exceedance of the gross margins. So I think I'll show you this box plot. You see those three ladies. This is, this was, can see this would be more than 8 tons per hectare if you plant this year on 15 November. It will be a little less if you do it, I think, what do you call it, 10 days later, and much less in December. So you have those options. There are cases if we have time, sometimes you have it, depending on the forecast in that particular year, it can change from, if you plant early, you may actually get less yield than you plant 10 days later. It can happen like that. So you look at this thing. But what I need for you to look at as well is this is what we call, I don't know what has happened here. We should have been seeing three curves, but never mind. All these curves would have come in on this one. There should be two other curves, but never mind. It doesn't really matter too much. This shows that you have 100% chance of getting this yield, and you have 0% chance of getting that yield. So this is a yield exceedance curve. It comes down like this. So you can say go up to say 60%. There is a good chance that 60% of the time you get nearly 8,000 kgs per hectare for that. So let me show to you again. This is telling you the water stress in time from the day you plant to 50 days. As it spikes up, it means there is a bit of water stress during that period. So that is going to affect your yield. Then the next thing you can see, you can look at the, let's go to, not this one. Maybe let me go to this. Right. These are the margins now you're going to make. On this one, you get, I think, about 11,000 something dollars. Yes, correction here, 1,100. And you can see there's little changes as you go across, but not very significant change. So this year you're going to get about $1,100 for your efforts, right? So that's basically how this thing works. Now, I think I need support. I need to go back to just show the summary. Okay. Okay, it's fine. So basically, with this type of information, you avail to the user, particularly the farmer or even the extensionist or the meteorologist, you are able to make them make a choice that is an informed choice. They can say, okay, if I plant this cultivar in this area on this date, and this date or this date, this is the likely scenarios. You can actually put together the different cultivars, like you can have rice, maize, and sorghum on the same. You can then make those comparisons that in this location, if you plant maize, this is how much you get per ton. In this same location, if it's sorghum, for a given forecast, it is driven by the forecast itself. This is what you are going to get. So that really opens up a lot of opportunities for the farmer to make a decision. So it's really incredible. We can add some more crops in the mix for us to give more options. And we have capacitated meteorologists, agricultural people, and also academia on this tool. Right. Thank you for your attention.
Preparing for the next presentation for Janina, so we just wait until the screen comes up. Are there questions to Brett meanwhile? Somebody online, maybe? Paula? Nobody? Oh, here, there's a question. Can you speak in the mic, because the people from the translations also need to hear the questions. Yeah, and there's another question after that.
Thank you. That was interesting presentation, sir. But my concern is if we're analyzing using this approach without fertilizer, and then someone is thinking about adaptation, and maybe you want to compare a farmer who's maladapted or not adapted to a farmer who is adapted, and then you see the yield performance. I don't know how that can be integrated into this, because we're talking climate services, we're talking adaptation, we're talking climate change. So I don't know, I'm just curious.
Actually, this is a tool you are looking for that, really, because it gives you a lot of options.
Yeah.
You could have put fertilizer, application of fertilizer, and seen the yields. There could have been more, but on your gross margins, you may actually. Last week I was in Livingston. I didn't meet Dayton, my friend, my old friend, but I was in Livingston. I was giving this capacity development to colleagues in Zambia. And we found that when you put fertilizer to got huge yields. But when it comes to gross margins, the one who didn't put fertilizer was doing much better. So you can have these things, then you explain to the community, those who are doing adaptation, maladaptation, that this is what can happen. So it's a very useful tool in that respect.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Brett, you're coming back in the panel, but now it's first Janina. Yeah, can just leave your mic on, I think for the moment, because then we have other ones. I'm now again introducing Janina Vaas, because she's our project manager and team leader from the organizational team. And I just give a bit of background. She did a Master of Science in Climate Studies and Meteorology at the University of Wageningen. She did it in combining indigenous knowledge and numerical weather prediction in Ghana. Yeah. Since then, she's working for Weather Impact, and she's doing several projects on digital climate advisory services for farmers. For example, in Zimbabwe and Lesotho. And yeah, she's passionate about local stakeholder engagement, working also with agriculture ministries and farmers unions in developing those apps. Janina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay. So as Marika already said, I'm from Weather Impact, and I want to give you a bit more insight in the kind of services that we have to disseminate this weather and agro-meteorological information that we talked about to smallholder farmers. So shortly about Weather Impact again, it's really our mission to reach the farmers in the last mile. And we have projects in sub-Saharan Africa, also in Asia and in Europe. But of course, I will focus on the Southern African region today. So briefly, our mission statement, it's really about delivering high quality weather and climate services to increase food productivity and help farmers adapt to climate change. Well, that sounds all nice. Let's downscale it a bit and make it more specific. So what kind of services do we have? We have the weather and climate services, which in detail are forecasts, extreme weather alerts, onset of the rainy season, and seasonal outlooks. We have agro-meteorological advice, so translating this kind of weather information into advice for your activities on the farm. And lastly, what we also find very important is capacity building. So it's firstly about about the use and interpretation of such weather information. So it's usually a training the trainers concept. And secondly, it can also be a training of a very technical nature, so that capacity is built that local stakeholders can build these tools that we are building themselves. So that really involves programming. And how do we disseminate this information? So if we have a partner that is themselves also very acquainted with ICT knowledge, then we provide data on an API. If not, we also provide SMS services, and I will get into more detail why we do that. And we have plenty of others, but I will focus for now on the SMSs, as this is what we primarily use in our projects. Yes, then here you see a small map of Sub-Saharan Africa and the countries where we have worked in and are working in. And a few projects to name some examples. So we have delivering weather forecast SMSs in Kenya and in Ethiopia. And we have delivered this also in Zimbabwe, where we have some colleagues present from this project, and also in Lesotho. I will later also go into more detail about our project in Lesotho. And so far, we have reached more than 800,000 farmers with our SMSs. So I want to emphasize our strengths as weather impact. The strength is really in the high-level technical expertise. And on the other hand, we need to build and are building strong relationships with local partners. So how do we create useful farming advice? We combine different sources of information. So first of all, of course, the weather information that includes the onset of the rainy season, includes drought monitoring, extreme weather, and so on. Agronomic input. So how fast can a crop grow? What kind of crop? And so on. And it also involves, of course, the local practices. So you want to advise activities that are actually practiced in the field, and not something that people don't know about. And lastly, you need farmer-specific input. So if you want to send an SMS, you of course need the phone number and you need the location of the farmer. So I was very thankful for the question from Nyasha from Zimbabwe Farmers Union earlier, because she mentioned how important it is to get location-specific advice. And that's the strength of the SMSs. So we run our model and we send out an SMS. Yeah, just as examples, we have the weather forecast SMSs. Here we have a frost alert because it's an example for Lesotho, which is a mountainous country and it can get very cold. A seasonal outlook, which is an outlook for the coming 2 months, which will tell you if there was more or less rain than usual expected. And there's a farming advice example for planting. Also nice to mention is that we always start with the date. So in case a farmer doesn't have connectivity for 1 or 2 days and the SMS comes in later, they still know it was for 2 days ago, actually. So why do we use SMSs? I mean, most of us here in the room have smartphones, but that's not applicable to the small scale farmers. And there are some advantages to distributing weather information via SMS. So as I already mentioned, it's location specific. So what we see on television, on radio, what is broadcasted by meteorological services, it's mostly for the public and it's for regions or the biggest cities, but it's not targeted at the rural populations of farmers. So this is just an example from Lesotho and a simple map that usually you get one forecast for each district. But what you get out of a weather model is actually way more detailed. So this is an example where you see that every single point is a different forecast. Every single point has a temperature value, a rainfall value, and so on. So you can be as specific as the picture on the right side, like this. So next to that, SMSs can be crop and farmer specific. So if you have a database of farmers and their locations and their crops, You can tailor it to this. Advantages: no smartphone is required and a lower digital literacy. However, there are also quite some disadvantages to it. And I think the first and most important one is that it is very costly. So the business model behind this is difficult. You get funding for this kind of projects, but they easily fade out, and then nobody pays for the service anymore, and the farmer is again left without this kind of information, and that you want to avoid. Second, it's a very limited information. So you pay per SMS, which is limited to 160 characters. And you can only tell as much within these short amount of words. So that's also not ideal to help the farmer understand the information better. And what we also find very important is to mention, there's no feedback mechanism. So you can send SMSs and information, but you actually don't get any feedback, which means you don't know if what you're sending is perceived well or accurate. So those are really some disadvantages. And before I move on, I would like to ask a few questions. So based on your experience and the people in your surroundings, the people you're working with, how many farmers own a mobile phone? So not a smartphone, just a simple mobile phone. The green card is less than 10%, red is 10 to 30%, yellow is 30 to 70, and blue is more than 70%. Oh, wow. So I see a lot of blue, which is good. Also some yellow, so less. I see one red card, which is between 10 and 30. Okay, so the good news is most of the farmers are actually able to receive such SMSs. Yes, please.
Okay.
We have red and blue. Okay.
Yeah.
So between 10 and 100, that's like a broad range. But okay, let's go to the next question. So how many farmers own a smartphone? Again, green is less than 10, red 10 to 30%, yellow 30 to 70%, and blue more than 70. Okay, I see. Well, it's quite colorful, but no blue at least. So yes, a lot of green and red. So there's really quite some scarcity still in terms of smartphones. And then third and last question is, based on your experience, how many extension officers own a smartphone? All of them. Okay, amazing, because that will support the story that's coming. I see some yellow as well.
What does the Mentimeter say?
Blue. Blue? Okay. So conclusion of this is basically most farmers own a mobile phone, so they can receive SMSs. Only a few smartphones, but the extension staff, they have access to smartphones. So at Weather Impact, that's also what we found, and we thought, okay, why not combine services? Why only provide SMSs? We should just do both to convey more information and hope that the extension staff passes on the more detailed and elaborate information to the farmers that can only receive the SMSs. And we want to avoid costs. So we thought, okay, let's first the cons, how to bridge the cons. So provide a set of services. As I said, also younger people are more likely to own smartphones. So you can also look at this aspect. Of course, smartphones will just become more. So you want to harness the opportunities and not wait until it's too late to come with your innovation. And you want to build on existing services. And that's an important one because we didn't just think, okay, let's build another app, but we thought, let's use a service that people already understand. So we built a chatbot, which means it's simply used by a messenger service. And we have now here Telegram. It's the same concept as WhatsApp, which most of you should know. Also Telegram, it's open source, it's for free. easy to use. And it's very flexible in the applications you can build within this environment. So why Telegram? In summary, it's cost effective. You have a large message capacity, so not only text, you can even send photos and videos. We saw earlier in Yannick's presentations that videos work really well to convey information. Information can be accessed anytime. The possibility of pushing alert messages in case of extreme weather. It's also location specific. And you have the two-way communication, which I said is very important. You want to get feedback from the farmer, because if you don't get that, you don't know if your model is doing the right thing and advising the correct farming activities. Quickly, why Telegram and not WhatsApp? Well, WhatsApp is more expensive and Telegram is for free. So in terms of business models, that's better. Yeah, I think the only downside of Telegram is that, yes, it's another app you need to download and onboard, but it works the same way as WhatsApp. So in that sense, it can be a possibility. So at Weather Impact, we started developing this chatbot, and we are going to pilot it in Lesotho at the project that we are currently having. So you see it here. And quickly on the project, so it's the Smallholder Agriculture Development Project 2. And we are working here, yeah, you see Weather Impact on the left side. So we are the technical and meteorological experts. And on the right side, you see the local partners, so the SADP2 project, also the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. We are also collaborating with the Lesotho Meteorological Service and with Prime International Consulting. And we provide technical knowledge, and on the other side, the partners provide all the local agronomic knowledge. There are trainings in this project, so high-level technical trainings on how to use and interpret the weather information. And there are farmers trainings provided by the partners to the farmers to explain them how to interpret and use the information, and a lot of things about climate smart agriculture. And we are sending agro-weather SMSs to farmers. However, I think it's not obvious, there's one link missing, which is this one. We don't get any direct feedback to improve our data. So this is where the chatbot should come in, additionally to the SMSs. So quickly, how does such a chatbot look like? This is the interface. It really just looks like WhatsApp, and you chat with it like you can chat with a friend. You can also create these menus that you see down here. You can request weather forecasts, information on conservation agriculture, farming advice, and so on. That's the start menu. You can select different crops, and then you get advice on farming activities, and they are based on the upcoming weather and also the past weather. So I will show you very briefly live how this works. So I need to share my screen on Zoom so that you can see it. So I'm sharing it now on my laptop.
Just a USB. In my bag. In your room.
And I will take my phone because I can just, so I'm using now Telegram web, which is the same as WhatsApp web for the demonstration, but of course I can use it on my phone. Yes, that looks good. This is Telegram web. Yeah, down here is the menu where you type. It's now a bit covered by Zoom. And I say, I start a conversation. So now it says, hello, I'm the agro-weather chatbot and can give you advice on weather-dependent farming activities. Then I click on a menu. I say, I want a weather forecast. And then it tells me, you have previously shared your home location. Is it still the correct location? Maybe let's quickly zoom in. So just tells you this, and then you can say, yes, I want to receive it for my home location, or you can indicate a different one or change your home location. Let's do home location, and you get a forecast. So it looks like it's not going to rain the next day in Lesotho. I will be there from Friday, so I hope it's correct. I can check my own forecast. That's nice. So just a few more features to round this up. So I go back to the start menu. Let's say I want to know something about conservation agriculture. Okay, tell me something about the 3 principles of conservation agriculture. And there are these really nice infographics that have been developed in previous projects by FAO and the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. So again, here we are building on existing materials and services instead of reinventing the wheel. We just put it into a nice and easy to use interface. So these are the kind of infographics that are in there. And just one more feature, let's go back to start, the farming advice. So of course, the most interesting one. And let's go to maize. And it says, I have already saved your location of the maize field. So earlier I inserted the location of the maize field and it was saved. And also the chatbot says, according to my knowledge, you have not planted yet. Please confirm. Yes, I did not plant yet. And then based on my answer, it will show certain activities. And the ones with a star are the ones that you should have a look at. So for example, land preparation or fertilizer, compost, and then it gives you some extra advice on that. Yes. So this is pretty much how a chatbot works. Let me emphasize at this point that this is really a first prototype. And together with our partners in Lesotho, we will refine it and especially work on the information that's in there, because it needs to be communicated in a clear way to the farmers, and only the local people know how this is done best. But I wanted to show you the technical possibilities and opportunities we have with Telegram. So I will stop sharing my screen here.
That's the end of the presentation, Antonia?
I think so. There might be 2 slides, but it's okay to finish it here if you want.
Okay, otherwise we have to swap back again. That's
okay. Well,
yeah, because that's maybe easier to just verbally explain that.
Okay, and then I will just conclude verbally.
Yeah.
So, oh well, it's already there. Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that we will pilot it in Lesotho in the coming months. So we are really looking forward to seeing how it is, how the user uptake is, how it is perceived, how we can improve it, so that until the end of the year we have really a good working chatbot. So at least for on-site, I can click this. But overall, my message is that there's no one-fits-all solution. So we really want to come with a set of solutions, which is in this case SMSs and a chatbot. Then the design really needs to be done in co-creation. So together with the local partners, we know what's technically possible. They know what kind of information should be in there. And also by doing that, you really build a sense of local ownership, which is also our goal. So this was my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We can have, while I'm asking the presenters, Brett and Yannick and Professor Masinde to also come forward, we can have a question for Janina already. in terms of clarification. Is there somebody who has a specific question for Janina? Because we have 15 minutes left for then we have everybody, all the developers on the floor, and we can ask some general questions. For which we don't need the background slides. Can we switch this off because it's shining in the, yes?
Thank you, ma'am. I think thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. I just want to check because on this partner slide, you seem to neglect the mobile service providers. And now there's a huge chunk of cost for maybe bulk SMSs. So for sustainability, what are you saying in those areas? That's just my concern. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very good comment. So in this project, indeed, we do not have a mobile service provider as a partner. In other projects, we do, so that, we are more, we can deal better with the costs, let's say. But it still means that you've got to pay for the SMSs at some point, and you need to find someone who does that. And in our experiences, that was very difficult. That ideally it would be taken over by public institutions to provide it to farmers. So that's why we, additionally to the SMSs, we look at the chatbot, which is for free. There are really just some minor costs to run this algorithm, but it basically doesn't matter if it's for 1 farmer or 10,000 farmers. For SMSs, it really matters. And the idea is that you can cut back on the SMSs, but you rely on extension staff to really bring the more detailed information to the farmers. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, join the seats, Janina. So that, I want to kick off with a question to just get the conversation going. But I also ask people on the, I see already somebody queuing. You can, did you have a question for Janina still or for everybody? You kick off, that's fine. Go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, it's good to, normally you have to warm up, but now.
Olá, boa tarde.
Boa tarde.
Sou a Bela Julieta, de Angola. Primeiro, parabenizar a organização, em que está a ser bem feita, e porque os agricultores, ao longo de muito tempo, os que nos dão de comer, não têm tido.
If you can first do the question, then you just explain it in English. Yeah.
O mais prático é usar o micro.
Fica
fácil. Eu dizia que ao longo de muito tempo os agricultores não tínhamos dado muita importância.
After some times, we have given a lot of importance to the farmers.
São mais importantes porque nos dão de comer.
And it's very important because they feed us.
Parabenizar os painelistas.
I'll thank the panelists.
A minha pergunta direita para o doutor.
My question is for my question is for the doctor on the left hand side, who did a presentation of the system, which links to the farmers.
A minha questão é como é que é feita essa interligação nas áreas mais remotas, porque temos vários agricultores que não estão, acredito eu, ligados, não sei, ele vai nos dizer, na plataforma. Como é que os que não estão na plataforma fazem?
My question is in regards to the link that you have mentioned, how do you then link the farmers that are not part of the system?
Porque nós, por exemplo, em Angola, temos o sistema dividido por áreas, área norte, sul e leste. Então, dali há áreas específicas de cultivos. Qual delas desenvolve o quê? De que forma que
in Angola, we have a different system. It starts at the north, south, west, etc. And how then you link those kind of farmers, because they are linked as per the crops. How do you undertake on your side?
Obrigada.
I thank you.
Was that question for Brett? Oh, for Brett. Okay. For Brett, so
For doctor
so
that
how do you
presented the system.
okay? How do you distinguish between different locations in your like you had the Kwekwe thing, but then so she's wondering in a country, do you get the same prediction?
Right. Thank you.
Okay, can you switch him on? Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Thank you for the question. This model that I've showed in my presentation, we train the extension workers or those from agriculture. We train the meteorology of a country. We can pick a station from the meteorology service. And then we look at the focus for that station that is already provided by meteorological services or climate services. Then they say in Quito, for example, in Angola, this is the forecast for the next 3 months or 4 months. You put that information in the model, then it will give you the likely yield of what crop you choose, right? You go to another different location in the south, you look at the forecast, seasonal climate forecast for that place. You then put that forecast in the model, you get the output of the crop that you forecast. That's how it works.
Yeah.
It can be a local area. So it doesn't matter whether people are in the south or in the north, or they are in Zambia, or they are in Zimbabwe. You can do it at the same time for all different places.
Yeah, but you need a station to connect to, because you need a historical data series in that station.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, I need to.
Somebody else, or shall I just ask a general question to the panel? Oh, there's lots of hands. Come forward.
Thank you very much. The first question is to Prof. Muda. Sorry for ITIC. You said you use the drought index, and those index, some of them they can be localized, which cannot be fit to other countries. Specifically, which drought index is it embedded in that model? That is one. The other one is to the other one is to Doctor. It sounds like is DCAS?
Yes.
And some of the crop data, they are already embedded in the program. I'm from Namibia, and the staple crop is spear millet. And that crop is always not there in this set. Is there now an improvement where that crop can be, as a user, I can just, normally you just look at sorghum, but sorghum is not really the same as spear millet. I thank you.
Okay. So go ahead, first Professor Messina. Okay. Okay, Brett, you start otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah, because then
right.
Try and get her. Can you get her mic on?
Okay. With respect to the crop library in DCAS, it's limited, yes. But I think what is important is that the seed houses in the various countries and also the plant breeders should be able to talk to DCAS community and make the seed varieties available. I think that's what is required, is the plant breeders in a particular country can say this is I'm not from that environment. I'm a climatologist, but I know we work with the plant breeders. They will know the indices of those various permeate and so on and so forth. And it's once that is put in the local chart officially, I think it can be transferred to DCAS and they can look at that, I think.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't get your name though. Okay, Namibia. No, we are using effective drought index, which was originally used in South Korea. So it generates for you not just the index, but also what they call available water resource index. So in the prediction, it'll give you the index itself that tells you it's of land, and then tells you how much water is in the soil, which enables you to do hydrological drought. Thank you.
We have a few minutes left. I first want to have, because all the questions are on the contents of the apps, but I want to have a bit of a more general questions, because these are all, well, 3 of them are directors, CEOs, and then there's one which is already rising up in the stars of weather impact on the business model. So if and it can be quite short, if you would have to give a startup, an African startup who wants to also develop digital climate advisory services, one tip, what tip would that be? Janina, you go first, and then we go through.
Okay, well, I think it sounds rather simple, but it's often underestimated. I would say really start thinking about your business model very thoroughly, because often you have just an idea about a new fancy technology and then you start working on it, but marketing it and bringing it to people is also a big part, and getting returns on your investments. So really work out your business model before you start.
Yannick, what would be your tip?
So I will say, first need to understand the needs of your environment before even developing the business model and other stuff. First, you need to understand if the product or the solution that you want to develop is really needed where you are. Because the problem of farmers maybe in South Africa is not the same. In Kenya, it's not the same in Burundi. So we first need to understand the environment before thinking, develop a solution. Thank you.
Okay. Brad?
Actually, I think the previous speakers have said it all. One, it is important to understand the needs of the players in your environment, the stakeholders. And then you exploit how best, how creative, how innovative you are to address their challenges. I think that is really critical. And of course, are you doing it for passion or are you doing it for business? Those are some of the things. Like, for example, this tool we have developed, we don't charge for it except to train on these people, on the various, how do you call it, the extension workers, the government workers, or even sometimes the academia as well. That's what we do. But the services, we don't really charge for it.
Thank you. Maybe I'll summarize it. I actually wanted to say what she said, because for us, when we started, we went for subscription model. And 3 years down the line, we did not break even. We really didn't think about it critically. And I would say we failed on that aspect. So she's right, the business model is critical. But now that she said it, the second one for me is gender issues. In the morning when my colleague said about women, I relate with it. Women will make the short-term decisions, whether to plant here or plant there. But the medium-term and long-term decisions are made by men. If the piece of land is going to be expanded from 1 hectare to 5, if the man says no, the woman can't do anything and your business is dead. So ensure you factor in the gender issues, especially with these devices. it's very critical that you consider that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Of course, you have a lot of questions still, but the technical team has to go home. The translators have to get into the traffic, and online participants are also supposed to close off at 5. So I'm going to close off the official part of the meeting, but I have a nice surprise for you. It's not happy hour today, but you can find 2 little sticks on your which are stapled together. Those are drinks for the bar, and you can use them anytime tonight. Yeah. And then there's the other one is for dinner itself, and a drink with dinner. Yeah. Only that Kopenhagen had made a mistake in numbers, so I'm still getting extra for that. So just stay with me 5 minutes, and I just run to reception to get you some extra ones because they're not yet on your desks. Yeah. Then I have okay, so online we can close. Yeah. So then I have another announcement from Kopenhagen. Unfortunately, so we are in South Africa dealing with load shedding of electricity. And unfortunately, they had an unfortunate incident. The generator had a major failure. And that means that here in the main center and the bar and everything, there's light always. But tonight from 6 to 8, there might be problems to have electricity in your rooms. Yeah. And from after midnight tonight until 4, there's also no electricity in case you want to use your refrigerator or whatever. Or I hope you are just asleep. And yeah, so be aware of that you might not be able to switch on your lights tonight from 2 to 4. And then tomorrow in your bedrooms from 10 to 12, but then you are all here and then there's no problem. Yeah. They apologize for that. Yeah, that was it for today. I think it was excellent. I think I would like to give an applause for the panel of developers, and please approach them at the bar or during dinner or tomorrow for more questions. Thanks. Yeah. And oh yeah, and have a look at the nice pictures coming up on the back of the room from Nick Walsh, who summarizes all everything. Wait, the online people. Sorry. Have it on idea. They can also tell to online people that they can access it. Okay, for those who are still online, you can access the posters in your digital poster session. For those who are here, please have a look at the posters as well, because people online submitted posters, and some people who are here submitted posters for you to have a look. They want it. Yeah, it's for me the I'm coming back there. Wait. I have to get. I have to get in. Sheila made a mistake in our dinner things. So is there another envelope for me? Because there's people waiting for this test. Yeah. Yeah? You know what? Yeah, okay, yeah. No, there was like 12 or so. So we got 61 and we have paid for 72 at least, yeah. Yeah? Because they're waiting there. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'll quickly go to the toilet. Huh?
So tired.
Yeah.
Don't believe the time. Most have about digital 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 climate advisory community. But it's just personal. It's just personal for CV, not